Reporters rally with a loud debate, but chase of power, just not so this. Cannon swell, throw the chains, and do this. In a nation divided, chasing American dreams. It's the American Gay Show, where the stakes are high, with a twist and a turn. Watch democracy fly in a world of opinions, shouting loud.
Tommy, you look bad. In the heart of the land where the dreams ignite, united we stand ready to claim our right. The streets echo loud with the beat of the fight. America's game, we're roused to the high. This is our time, the stage is set. The game belongs to the people, we won't be denied. With courage and strength, we take a stride. Together we fight, hand in hand, side by side. America's game, it's our turn to guide. Oh yeah. From coast to coast, see the banners unfurl. Voices together, watch the power swirl. No longer silent, we're ready to roar. With passion and purpose, we're ready for more. To chase the sea. The game belongs to the people, we won't be denied. With courage and strength, we take a stride. Together we fight, hand in hand, side by side. America's game is our turn to guide. Join the movement, feel the flow. America's game, time to grow, time to grow. This turns this way and you.
Half the Cowboys out here, and I don't mean that literally, but they are such an important part of this thing, and we're just going to have to address where they are. The Cowboys, I guess I didn't even realize the Cowboys and America, and I really didn't. The Cowboys are America. They are more than a football team. I'm moving to Dallas, and my family's moving to Dallas. We're going to be proud to be down in Dallas, and we're going to be proud to be building with Dallas and building with Texas. But I want you to know that the Dallas Cowboys are where they are today, not just a football team, but they are more than a football team because of Tex Schramm and Tom Landry. And I don't need to spend a lot of time in this room talking about them because a lot is going to be said about it. And before anybody asks the question, Tex is with me, and we're here tonight. I can't express how wonderful it is to be standing here. I can't express to all my friends at home in Arkansas, and I can't express to all my new friends at home here in Dallas, Texas, how proud I am to have been honored by the big coach in the sky of getting an opportunity to do this. My entire office for my entire business that Jerry Jones is involved in will be at this complex. I intend to know if have an understanding of the cleat situation. I intend to have an understanding of the player situation. I intend to have an understanding of jocks and socks. And I intend to have an understanding of TV. There's no way in the world that with my enthusiasm and love for what I'm getting ready to do and the kind of price I'm paying, and I don't mean that literally, I just mean that almost figuratively. There's no way that I can look in the mirror if I don't understand and be a part of everything. It is my vote, I'm the owner. But I intend to have everything that Tex can bring to that meeting with me. And I understand you can take people to those meetings with you. A man that is going to be with the Cowboys is Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy's on his way back to Miami. He's going to come back up here. and he's going to give everything in the heart and soul of Jimmy Johnson. We're going to get a chance to meet Jimmy and see Jimmy and understand Jimmy a lot, and so I'm not going to dwell on Jimmy tonight. But I want to emphasize to you that one of the finest things or greatest things that will have happened in the Cowboy history is Mr. Jimmy Johnson joining the Cowboys. My friend is going to join us with the Cowboys. And what he brings to the table with the Cowboys will be more than if we had 5 first-round draft picks and we were getting to get the last 5 Heisman Trophy winners. Because I don't mean to demean players in any way, because you can't be in this business without totally and in complete appreciation, appreciate somebody that goes out and give it all. But my family and I have given a big piece of us to be a part of the Cowboys. There will be nobody with the Cowboys that doesn't give as big a piece of them. We don't want them with the Cowboys. It became real apparent that the way for Jerry Jones to be in football was not to work my muscles up and be a running back, or possibly not do it the way Jimmy was, to go out here and try to figure me out enough mustard to maybe come back in and be involved in ownership of the team. So I've always wanted to be involved, never dreamed in my fondest imagination that the team that everybody in America recognizes as what stands for the NFL as all of we know it today. I never dreamed I could be a part of that and sitting at this table. If my voice cracks, this is Christmas to me.
You know, Jerry is a full generation younger than I. I had my first kid, and my first kid is about Jerry's age. He's a full generation younger than I look out here at these sports writers, and you know, I was raised with the Lewis Coxes and the McClanahans. That generation has passed us by. There's, you all, a lot of you are a generation behind the sports writers I was raised with. Blackie Sherrod's the only one that's still hanging on. And he is an older generation. And this is a new generation of ownership, of coaches, and this must evolve in every business, in every organization. And what you have here is a new generation that is the most competent, capable, enthusiastic, has the resources, the desire, the will, the intelligence to make the Cowboys what the generation who is leaving did 25 years ago. And that's what's happening now. And that happens, and it's a part of life. And it happens in every business, it happens in every family, and it happens in every organization. And that's what's happening in the Dallas Cowboys today. Jerry Jones would be the man who could do the best job for this organization, this community, and this state. And I believe it, and everybody in our organization believes it, that has visited with him. We are high on Jerry Jones. We think he is a winner, and I am proud. I think in retrospect, everybody will look back, and if they give me credit for one thing with the Cowboys, it will be to have winnowed out all of the people we've talked to and got to Jerry Jones. I like the Cowboys, but the Cowboys was more of a business deal for me. We bought it. We ran out of depreciation, and it was time for us to sell. And so it was not as emotional for me as it might be for somebody who was more participating in it. I'll tell you, if Jerry ever goes through it, it'll be like cutting off his left arm at his shoulder. I visited with Jerry enough to know the guy is square as a graham cracker. He will do exactly what he says he'll do. And so we consider the deal has been made. And Jerry and I are comfortable with that. I think that the Cowboys, the fans, the group out here, the team, is in the best hands that it could be placed in. I am proud of having known Jerry. I'm sure everybody will be proud. Those of you who work here and those of you who follow the team will be proud of his ownership and leadership.
I just want to say this. There is no substitute for winning. I know that's a cliche, but we must win. I'm basically a businessman that loves football and appreciates football for what football can do for you in not only business, but a lot of things. But we're not going to get into that tonight. You can't love football and love the Dallas Cowboys without loving Tom Landry. I will tell you this. It was the most inadequate that I've ever been in my life. And if you could grade that conversation from Jerry Jones, I got an F.
I think for Tom he was emotional, but I know Tom.
The reaction to the replacement of Landry was mixed. I think he's been treated badly and unfairly. I think he deserves a lot more than what he's getting.
If it's good for now, that's great. But the way they did Tom Landry isn't right. And I hope Tom Landry goes to another team and can come back and beat the Dallas Cowboys.
Business is business. However, there's a moral fiber that has to run through anything. Somebody that puts in 30 years deserves probably as much consideration as anything else.
I know he said he wanted to be the Cowboys till he died. I remember him saying that when he was trying to get things together so he could be part of a sale and part of the owners.
I think it's kind of an abrupt ending for Tom. He's obviously had a great career and over the 29-year period, and I don't think anybody would like to see his career come to an end this way. I think it probably could have been handled a little more gracefully, and I think everybody's sad to see it end the way it did.
For a guy that's been as great a coach as him and coached for as long as he had there, I don't think that he should have found out that there was someone else taking his job in the parking lot from the news media.
It's kind of a feeling of deja vu because I started when the Cowboys were perhaps in the same shape that they're in right now. It's amazing at how the circle has been completed in that regard. But my other reaction is also, as I listen to the people on the talk show and the comments of the fans and people demanding Landry go, I thought about a line that Shakespeare wrote in one of his tragedies when he said, "You ought to love him once, what cause withhold you not to mourn for him?" I thought that was a very interesting thing that I would remember that. But beyond that, I thought the handling of a future Hall of Famer coach was absolutely deplorable. You do not let Landry find out about this transition the way they did.
Because everybody puts the blame on Tom Landry. Shouldn't the blame and everybody's fingers be pointed directly at Gil Brandt?
Well, I mean, the starting system is the beginning process for bringing in talent. I mean, they spend an enormous amount of time and money out looking at players. And when the coaches really see that talent, it's at a time when recommendations.
For the movement that has been, this is America's Game Show. I am your beloved America's Game Show host coming at you. Because what I'm going to do today, I'm going to say and do the motherfucking most. It is what it is, y'all. Just this game show, the America's Game Show cast, is titled "The Gambler Has Misplayed His Hand for the last 30 years." That's I'm gonna open up with 1989 introductory press conference of Jerry Jones when he purchased the team from previous owner Bum Bright to become the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. And what we're gonna do is talk about what it was, what it is, and what it's gonna be, and what it was, and what it is, and how it went down. mind calculating, you know, I'm a Metroplex resident, Dallas Fort Worth to be exact. And the mindset that I had in '89 all the way until today. I'm just gonna give you a commentary of the truth about the owner, Jerry Jones. The adulterated motherfucking truth. We ain't gonna sugarcoat, we ain't co-signing. We just gonna tell you what I thought and the mindset I had in '89 when he bought the team. I was 12 years old when he bought the team in '89. How old I was. So in '89, I wasn't giving a fuck about that shit. I knew he bought the team. I remember when I realized that the Cowboys were changing ownership. I remember I was riding in the car with my grandfather and grandmother, and we went to this little old store, man, some little old hardware store, and it was in the August of '89. So I walked in there with my grandmama, and I remember that day. I ain't eating nothing all day that day. I actually fell out. I fainted. And then when I got up, man, I went back up there to the front desk. And I pulled out it. And they had them little cards, man, of the schedule. And they had a picture of Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson called The Next Generation of the Dallas Cowboys. That was their marketing strategy for that '89 season. Get ready for the next generation of the Dallas Cowboys. At the same time, during that era, it was a popular show that was on. It was called Star Trek: The Next Generation. You know, so they took that publicity stunt and said, we gonna add it because it was on the Starship Enterprise. And Jerry Jones basically saying, I am going to take the Star to a championship enterprise. So that's why they saying with the mindset at that time, Cowboys team, next generation. You know, I might even find it if they got that publicity somewhere. Let me see, can I find it? Okay, we'll go back. I'll find it for y'all as I'm talking to y'all, but yeah, the marketing campaign and marketing strategy of the Dallas Cowboys. I'll find it. I definitely will find it for y'all. Show y'all that, because that's what it was. I like to show you truth. It's in here. It's in the archives. And that's what they was talking about. What I want to address is the situation with the Tom Landry situation, first and foremost. Then I get in to how Jerry misplayed his hand ever since, I think, 1994 and beyond, so over 31 years. So, yeah, about 31 years to be exact. And I believe that the Dallas Cowboys That's lost its luster. They're not like they was. I know what you haters was talking about in the 90s. I know what you was on. The shit you talking now, Jerry fault. Y'all hate, y'all claim y'all talk down, but y'all love what Jerry doing. Because if I was a hater of the Cowboys, I wouldn't want to wake up that sleeping giant that been asleep for 30 years. Anyway, I would wake it up. I'd be like, yeah, Jerry, keep doing what you're doing. I'm glad you fucked up in 94. I'm glad that you pissed off Jimmy Johnson. I know y'all happy about that shit. I know you happy. I know you happy that Dez dropped the football. I know you happy that Patrick Creighton dropped the football. I know you happy that Terrell Owens wasn't at 100% capacity in 06 and 07 playoffs. I know that you glad that they jumped off sides against San Francisco in 21. I know you happy in 22 that Dak threw 3 interceptions. I know you happy that Tony Romo fumbled the snap. I know you happy that Dallas defense didn't show up in 23. I know you happy that Dak threw 3 interceptions. I know you happy that Jerry paid Dak all the money. I know you happy that Jerry pissed off Michael Parsons. We know. We really know. Just get you haters out the way. But what you don't know is the true mindset of a real Dallas Cowboy, a realist. Not the goddamn Cowboy fans that think they're going to the Super Bowl every year. I ain't been that guy. I'm going to tell you the mindset we had in 92 when they did get it done. I'm going to tell you what we were thinking about in 94 when that whole ass shit went down. Where I was, what I was doing at the time it went down. I'm going to give you a true take of a Cowboy fan that was a realist and the mindset that we had in that time frame. Holistic mindset, not the bullshit, not the fandom, not the goddamn me. You can do it, Jerry. Nah, we're gonna talk about the gambler has misplayed his hand for over 30 years now. Misplayed his hand. And he ain't misplaying his hand with this Michael Parsons bullshit. Nah. Misplayed his hand with Dak. Misplayed his hand with Tony Romo. Yeah, we're going to give you the game today. I'm not a Cowboy show, y'all. I just talk about what's hot right now. It's a documentary you bitch-ass niggas watching on Netflix. If that documentary were on Netflix, I wouldn't be talking about them. Because we're America's game show. We talk about what's real. We talk about hot, relevant topics over here. And goddamn it, a documentary is out. I better be coming back on later today to talk about specifics of the documentary. Might overlap on this one, but I'm also going to give you my honest assessment of it. You say I ain't got no Cowboy shit on? Well, I do. I got a Landry hat on. You know, I'm pimping a goddamn Iverson goddamn shirt. You know, let's just show you, hey, man, it is what it is. We're going to tell you what it was and what it is, man. We're going to put paint where most can't. We don't give a hot diggity damn about your personal feelings. Now, I know I'm coming up early. I don't worry about y'all coming in here because I'm gonna chop this bitch up and put it on my goddamn shorts anyway. So I don't on the short feed. So you come in here and you chop it up. Might get some people and y'all hit the comment button with some real shit, not to hate, because I know most of you motherfuckers hate. And a lot of you motherfuckers are really undercover fans. You just mad. And I'm upset as well. I'm not happy with the Dallas Cowboys. Let's let y'all know I ain't about shit from the Dallas Cowboy paraphernalia since 23. And I will not be buying no more shit until a new quarterback is in town. So I ain't tripping on the owner. I know who he is. He's been there for a long time. Can we talk about what he need to do? I'll tell you what he thinks. I'll tell you that I know Jerry. I know what he gonna do. I've been calling Jerry for years. I've been telling people what Jerry need to do. He don't never do it. Why? Just to show you that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't care if he get the player or he don't get the player. But every player that I called out in the past 20 years that Jerry hadn't get has won Super Bowls. That has won Super Bowl. Has helped teams win. But Dallas is what? It is what it is. Took 30 years to get somebody in the ring honor. It is what it is. We're going to tell you why it took 30 years. We're going to tell you what really went down in that situation with Jimmy and Jerry, or Jerry and Jimmy, how you want to put it. The JJs. You know? So, it is what it is, man. The mindset, Jerry do want to win, but he want to win his way. He did come in the door as general manager of the team. Now, people said, well, you shouldn't be. Well, the only reason you question him even being general manager because of the Jimmy Johnson situation. You bitch ass motherfucking me, motherfuckers didn't give a fuck about Jerry being a general manager when Jimmy was in town. Because the pseudo general manager was actually Jimmy. He was picking the players, picking the talent. We're going to go on and start, man. March of 1989. It was an old man, man, slicker than a gallon of oil, man. Jerry Wayne Jones. Hit a lick in Jewett, Texas for $100 million goddamn dollars. Off tapping on some oil. Parlayed that $100 million and told the world, I'm gonna get me some, I'm gonna get the Dallas Cowboys. He tapped that oil well, I think, in 86 or 87-1, right? Could be, I say 87 he tapped. 88, it came out that Bun Bright wanted to sell the team. Jerry had to go make some phone calls, got his hands on it. NFL owners at the time said, old man on the Cowboys? It makes a whole lot of sense. Because at that time, it was a popular show in Dallas. Well, it was a popular show on TV called Dallas. What was J.R. Ewing, a goddamn oil man? So they said it was good marketing for the league. The Dallas Cowboys at the time were terrible. 86, 87, and 88, they were terrible. They wasn't winning. Jerry Jones purchased the Dallas Cowboys for a measly $200 million in 89. It's measly now. That motherfucker want $12.6 billion a day. And I think Jerry wanted to sell him. I think he could actually sell him for 20. He could actually sell them Cowboys for $20 million a day. Elon would buy him. Bezos would buy him. Have the instant capital to buy him like it ain't shit. Instant capital to buy him like it ain't shit. If Jerry decided to sell. I don't think Jerry want to sell. I don't think he ever will sell. I think that's going to be on Steven to want to sell him. It's going to be on Steven to want to sell him. But when Jerry bought the team, man, at the time, man, I did know this when I was 12. When I turned on the TV in that September, them 8 home games wasn't on TV. See, NFL had a thing called a blackout. If you did not sell out your stadium, the game would be blacked out in that area. You ain't watching the Cowboys. So the 89 season, we didn't really see them. Yeah, you was if you was out of the market, or you was the opposing team's market, you could see them. But they was playing in Texas Stadium, you didn't see them. So we didn't see 89 that much, not at the home game. We saw that Monday night game when they beat Washington. So the Dallas Cowboy fans wasn't going to the game. Y'all didn't know that, did you? They weren't supporting Jerry. They was not supporting this next generation shit. It was not popping in Dallas. They wasn't buying in. They hated he fired Tom Landry. Jerry did do some hoe ass shit. Had Jimmy Johnson in town eating at a goddamn Mexican restaurant. So ain't nobody gonna be there. What are you talking about, Jerry? He didn't know about the Dallas media at the time. What they did, they watched the Dallas Cowboys. They followed them motherfuckers like he wasn't nothing. Ain't no Dallas Cowboy can run around that town in Valley Ranch and Irving and in Dallas Metroplex. You was gonna be seen. Somebody was watching. Somebody gonna call. So when they went over there to that damn Mexican restaurant, cameras was there. Paparazzi was there. There's paparazzi in Dallas. The national media didn't have to be there. They was there when he had that press conference. We're not gonna get tripping. But the Dallas media, Fort Worth Star Telegram, Dallas Morning News, and Dallas Times Herald. It was 3 newspapers in Dallas and in the Metroplex at that time. A couple of years later, Dallas Times Herald ended up moving around. It was just the Dallas Morning News and the Fort Worth Star Telegram. Fort Worth Star Telegram was, to me, the paper of the Dallas Cowboys. They had whole sections of them. They did before Dallas Morning News did. They had, front cover of the page, baby. But in 89, there wasn't nobody supporting no goddamn Jerry Jones or no goddamn 89. Let's get that straight right fucking now. Nobody liked that son bitch in 89. White people don't like him today. They ain't like him in 89. He was a villain in 89. Who in the fuck is Jimmy Johnson? That's what people was talking about. Tom Landry was done. He had 3 consecutive losing seasons. 86, 87, and 89. I mean, 86, 87, and 88. That wasn't winning. Jerry just didn't do it the right goddamn way. Again, that's the first time Jerry misplayed his hand. He didn't misplay his hand by buying them, but he misplayed his hand on that one. Because that should have been when he bought the team, he should have just told the world. He did, but he should have went on, and as soon as he bought the team, walked right in there and told Tom Landry, pack your grips, you're out. Immediately. No, he had to wait and go down there and fly down to Austin and shit to tell the motherfucker then. You knew you was firing that motherfucker then because you told the world. Jerry Jones in 1988. Jimmy Johnson told goddamn Michael Irvin when he declared for the NFL. After 87, he told him. He called him on the phone right before the draft and said, hey, make sure you get to Dallas, boy. Make sure you get to Dallas, Mike. But I got a friend that's finna buy. So in 88, they already knew that Jerry was going to buy. Now, we didn't know that at the time of 88. I didn't know about the time about them selling the Cowboys. I was outside as a kid. I didn't watch the news. I was outside. I was in Alvarado, Texas, a little country town, south of Dallas, south of Fort Worth, off 35W. If you are acquainted with the Metroplex interstate system in Dallas and Fort Worth. So I didn't give a damn about no goddamn Cowboys. I knew they was on. I was a fan of them. I liked them. But they wasn't winning, so I wasn't paying them no mind. You see Tom Landry. Why I wear the hat. It's not because of Tom Landry, but that shit was, suited and booted on the sideline. That was player shit. I respected that. That was some player shit, boy. That was some stomp down man and shit, man. They don't dress like that. Then the last guy there was Mike Nolan. He used to wear the suit, but they don't do that no more. They have to wear this now. They wear the suit, because they realize they can sell that shit. The coaching clothes was easy to sell to an average person, so they went to these. They went to the pullovers. They went to the jerseys. They went to the pullover, the sweaters, the polo shirts, and jumpsuits and shit like that, right? And because you're in the elements, it looks better than the suit actually, right? Then you have some coaches they don't even wear no hats; they just wear the caps. They don't wear the hats and the fedoras, right? So Tom Landry had to go. Jerry said, "Fuck that! You got to get out of here, dog. I got me a coach. I got my friend Jimmy Johnson." So the first time Jerry misplayed his hand is how he did with the Tom Landry situation. And Tom Landry had a damn going away press conference. We had 100,000 people in attendance. So a lot of people left Dallas. I know people that left Dallas. Cowboys that said, I ain't rooting for the Cowboys where he did Tom Landry. Well, Tom Landry had to go. Jerry didn't have no goddamn commitment to Tom Landry. Tom Landry wasn't winning. So Jerry said, "Nah, we going on to a new era. I'm gonna do it my way, baby." But he misplayed his hand because he didn't really know. He knew, but he didn't know that fan base loved Tom Landry because he was an epitome of excellence. He was an epitome of a gentleman. He was a devout Christian man. Wasn't an over flashy man. He just wore his little old gray suits. Wore his blue blazers and his gray hats, gray fedoras. And he did his thing, right? He won 2 Super Bowls. In the 70s, in the 80s, in the early 80s. They had some fucked up shit happen. The Cats fucked over him. Danny White couldn't get it done. He was like Romo before Romo. He got like to 3 NFC. He played in like 4 NFC championship games in the 80s. So Dallas was still kicking ass when that second late 80s hit. After 85, 86, they got old and they tried to hold on. Tom Landry was old at the time, so when you get to a certain age as a coach, you don't want to really deal with young players because they're gonna make a lot of mistakes. They knew to draft Michael Irvin in '88 because that was the player you take in there. That was the player you take at the 17th pick overall. They took the right guy. So they moved on. But Jerry Jones misplayed his motherfucking hand that day. Now, nobody believes Jerry when he says that buying the Cowboys was a bad investment. He did not believe in that. How's that a bad investment? I just told you in the 80s that they was not a good. That's why the owner was selling. Why you think Bum Wright was selling? He was hemorrhaging money. Dallas wasn't making no money in that time. They wasn't making a dime. They were losing money. They wasn't selling out the stadium. You sell out your stadium is how you make money, man. Because the TV contracts goes to the players. Always had go to the players. Wasn't a lot of money at the time. NFL wasn't getting that damn $1 billion contracts they getting today. They ain't getting that. NFL was making money. Don't get it twisted. But they wasn't getting the money. They was in the damn $100 million, $200 million contract business. That's what they was getting. And getting $100, $200 million TV contract. That's what they were getting. They ain't getting what they getting now, and they're getting $2, $3, $4 billion, contracts, TV contracts. They getting big money today. So I want to make this money out merchandise and our sales and stadium and advertising, corporate sponsorship. That's how the ownership make money. Well, Dallas they wasn't winning, so corporate sponsorship started going down on the price. Ain't nobody there. You're not selling out. Like I'm telling you, they were blacked out. They wasn't popular. They, they wasn't popular like they was. They lost their luster. They wasn't winning. Getting their ass whooped, getting beat down. And then '89 came, Jerry Gone got it. They still had it. They had to do something. They had to do something big. Jim Johnson said, hey, man, we ain't going nowhere with this shit. We got to make something happen. Well, Jerry Jones had an ace in his hand. His name was Herschel Walker. But again, I remember in '90, I didn't watch Cowboys in '89, to be honest. Couldn't see them. Turned on TV, they blacked out. I couldn't watch them if I wanted to. Only way we were going to watch them if they was on the road. But at home, you weren't watching them at home in '89. They were blacked out. People wasn't going to the stadium. People wasn't buying into the Cowboys. People didn't like Jerry Jones. They didn't believe in no Jimmy Johnson. You had Barry, you had Buddy Ryan was at Philly talking about this ain't East Carolina, Jimmy. They ain't gonna never win shit. That was the mindset in '89. Dallas ain't winning nothing with this. Who the fuck is this little short dude with this fucking fixed up hairdo? Nobody was co-signing no goddamn Jerry Jones and no fucking Jimmy Johnson in '89. Now the documentary ain't gonna tell you that. It's just not. You don't believe me, but because you already got a preconceived notion. I ain't telling you to like no goddamn Jerry Jones. This ain't about liking Jerry. This ain't about you even liking Jimmy. I don't give a fuck you like them motherfuckers or don't. But at that goddamn time in '89, ain't nobody buying into no motherfucking Cowboys. Let's stop this bullshit. Nobody. I played you the people. Well, I'll play some more of it for you and show you the mindset they had in '89 when it went down. Nobody was co-signing the bullshit. Who in the fuck is Jerry Jones? Then he fires Tom Landry. Justifiably so. In today's NFL, you have three. We firing motherfuckers having one bad season today. You gonna have 3 bad seasons, think you finna keep a fucking job? Absolutely fucking not. Jerry wasn't wrong. He just misplayed his hand on how he conducted that firing. If he walked in the door, went in there, had a press conference for goddamn Tom Landry the next day, told the world in the press conference that he's the general manager in that press conference. Actually fired Tex Ram on site. That's where he misplayed his hand at on how the personal relations and the media relations and how he conducted himself in his industrial on another team was not good. He did not ingratiate himself with the fan base at the time, but he didn't give a damn because he knew what the remedy is for that shit. He knew the remedy was for that shit, and he hired the right man for the fucking job in Jimmy Johnson. The only reason he ain't forgave for that, the people still shit on him, is what he did in '94. That shit don't happen in '94, and Jimmy coaching to '99, it's a different look on Mr. Jerry Jones today. From '89 to '99, that's how long Jimmy actually coached. Took 2 years off, but from '89 to '99, Jimmy had to coach them Cowboys until then. But didn't happen. We ain't talking crazy. Probably won 2 more chips, possibly 3 more, but didn't do it. He did win 1 more without him, but with his players. We're going to show you some of this press conference and let y'all get some insight to what really happened. I don't know who this player is at the time, but he was a player. And this was the shootout at Valley Ranch when Jerry Jones versus the Cowboys in '89.
Of being made in terms of who should be number one and so forth. And so I think the scouting system must bear a major portion of the blame.
Randy, the whole organization and the fact you've been with one coach, Tex Schramm, you've had your battles with Tex Schramm, but he's out, isn't he? He can't continue. I mean, you've been face-to-face with this guy in contract negotiations. He's not going to sit there and, as Jerry Jones said, he's behind me now.
Well, like I said, you know, all the people, like with Tex, I've had my contract disputes with them through the years, but that's business part of football, the part that I really have always said I don't enjoy. But I respect Tex Schramm as a general manager of the team, and have really always gotten along well with him. So, like I said, it's a new era, and you hate to see these people step back.
Well, let me jump down. Former Cowboys safety Cliff Harris has just joined us. You heard what I said to Randy. You know Tex Schramm as well as anybody. I don't know if you saw the press conference earlier, but Jerry Jones, the new owner, saying that Tex Schramm is behind me now. I call the shots. I make the decisions. Tex Schramm isn't going to be working in that office very much longer under those circumstances, is he?
Well, Tex has, over the years, has gradually grown stronger and stronger in the organization. And he'll always have his say in the organization. I don't know that how much longer he plans to be there in terms of strength. The thing about it is Tex has never had that much input in terms of players, the staff, what goes on in the staff. I take that back. In the game plans, what goes on the field. He's had his input on the direction the team goes in terms of.
Yeah, see, I'm just giving y'all the mindset when Jerry had bought the team. Documentary is not going to do that because it takes too long for the documentary. They're not going to tell you this. But I can tell you the mindset of 89 at the time. They wasn't co-signing no goddamn Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones, when he came in, was a fucking pariah. They didn't like that motherfucker. They getting rid of legends. Now they're justifiable. They supposed to got fired. They wasn't winning no fucking games. It was goddamn 88. Last time you won a Super Bowl was in goddamn 77. You ain't do shit since 85. It's 89 now. 86, 87, and 88, you didn't do a damn thing. You got the number one overall pick in the goddamn draft. So when Jerry bought the team, he bought the team at the perfect time. Got number one overall pick in the draft. It's time to rebuild. So goddamn it, it's time to go. But Jerry misplayed his hand because he didn't understand how these people was. And I have to give him a little slack. It's hard. I mean, I got to make tough decisions. I got to do it my way or what I'm buying him for. And he did it his way.
The publicity, the direction, all the things that go on, and the glimmer and the glitz of the Dallas Cowboys, but the guts of the thing has been Tom Landry.
All right, let me come back to you just a second. I want to follow up with this Tex Schramm angle. And Carlton, I think you probably know this maybe better than the other guys. You see him on the business side. Can he run the Cowboys as a business if indeed there's a Jerry Jones who's calling all the shots?
Not if Jerry Jones is calling the shots. I saw Tex Schramm tonight at that press conference who was very uncomfortable,
just letting y'all know at the time, when Jerry walked in the door, he walked in the door being the man. That's what they were talking about in 89 because they didn't know who Jimmy was. They knew who Jimmy was, but they didn't know who Jimmy was going to be in the NFL. College head coach don't succeed in the National Football League. They don't. You had Lou Holtz, he coached the Jets. He didn't do a damn thing. You had who were other coaches that came in that motherfucker? You had John Robinson, you know, he did all right, you know what I'm saying? And we had Eric Dickerson, but they fucked that up. But they didn't want to pay Eric Dickerson his fucking money. John Robinson coached at USC. He won a little bit, but he didn't get those Super Bowl. He was decent, you know. Just telling you the mindset at the time, man. Anyone buying into no goddamn Jerry, Jimmy. They ain't telling you that. And they didn't. I'm telling you the fucking adulterated truth right now. I'm not telling you no bullshit. I know the romanticizing of the Jimmy Jerry situation. They don't talk about 89. They do. They don't talk about the mindset the people had that was in the Metroplex and the Cowboy Nation was thinking. They ain't fucking with them niggas. They thought them motherfuckers was going to be ultra fucking failures. Where Jerry's been a failure for the past 30 years, that's what they thought they was going to be. on site. Now I ain't counting 89. That's the Spurs shit out. 1-15. So what? Who gives a shit? They knew they was terrible. They didn't have a good roster. The roster was bad. The roster got too old. But at the end of the goddamn hell, just to let you know, for real, that nah, man, ain't nobody co-sign them motherfuckers like that, man. Ain't nobody with dick riding them motherfucker way, motherfucker dick riding them motherfucker today.
Out of place, hearing that he was being reduced in role, and that is going to be very difficult for a man who has pulled all the strings to deal with. I think that will be one of the most interesting things to watch in the days to come.
The thing that's happened is, Dale, is that, you know, pro football is a tough business. It's a cold business, and the same thing that's happened that could happen to every one of us right in here in this room right now is he got cut. And I'm telling you that one of the hardest things that Tom Landry did as a coach was cut and let go players that he cared about. The Pettises, the Randy Whites. There's going to be a time that's going to happen, and whether, no matter what happens, Tom Landry is in this system of pro football, and it's a tough business.
Yeah, boy. When you try to clean them out. Gosh, it's amazing.
Tom Landry back at Valley Ranch to clean out his office, and after 29 years, this is Jimmy Johnson's office now. I'm Dale Hansen. We thank you for staying with us tonight. Tom Landry will talk to his players tomorrow. Then his working life for the Cowboys is over as Jimmy Johnson's begins.
It was the day after at Valley Ranch. New Cowboys owner Jerry Jones was on the phone, taking charge as he promised he would do. Among the items on his agenda were an interview with a New York radio station and a phone conversation with Coach Jimmy Johnson. While Jones was taking care of business, his family was getting the royal treatment, a guided tour of the football complex.
Well, we've worked real hard today, and I guess it's, 6 o'clock, and we'll be here till probably 3 this morning, tonight, and we're basically working on the details of the acquisition and not spending any time back here footballing now.
Meanwhile, on the other side of Valley Ranch, Tom Landry sat in his office, sifting through the past.
You never know how many fouls. Yeah, boy. When you try to clean them out. Gosh, it's amazing.
Landry quietly emptied 29 years of his life into cardboard boxes. He says he's not bitter, change comes with a new owner, and that people will forget him soon. Team president and general manager Tex Schramm survived the cut. He will remain with the Cowboys, but for how long?
I'm optimistic. I liked Jerry Jones. We spent several hours together. We talked, and I have a little bit of an insight into him. I think he is dedicated to making his life the Cowboys, and that has a lot of advantages as far as an owner is concerned. And I would like to see if I can help make the transition. If I find that I can't, it'll probably be pretty obvious.
You just sort of reflect back on the way things were, and whenever you get this.
Yeah. See, at that time, Tex Schramm thought he was going to keep a job. He thought he was still going to be, having some input in there. Now, there's some caveats in some shit. One caveat would be the late, great Gil Brandt. He did not be retained as head of scouting, but he was retained as a consultant. So he was still going out to the small schools and everything and still scouting players. He scouted Leon Lett, if you know who he is. He also scouted Eric Williams. He also scouted Larry Allen. That's the name of a few Cowboys that he was still scouting. He was just a consultant. So you're going to retire, we'll hire you, we'll make you a consultant. You tell us what's out there, and we would take it in consideration. with as far as everybody, with Hank Schramm, Tom Landry, and Gil Brandt, there was no longer having their official titles. Head coach, he retired. We know what happened to Tom Landry in 2000. He had leukemia, passed away. I don't know how Tex Schramm passed away. Gil Brandt just passed away, I think, 2 years ago, something like 22 or 23. You know, he was working on Sirius NFL radio, and he talked about the game, talked about the past, gave insight to what was going on in the 90s. Yeah, he was still a consultant, so he was still working for the Cowboys as a consultant. So that's what Jimmy wanted. Like, now I'm gonna keep these eyes. Hell no. He might can't goddamn me be the head scout no more, but goddamn it, Jimmy was head of that. So goddamn it, you know, Jimmy knew what he wanted, and he knew what he wanted to look. And Jimmy told us the kind of players I want, gonna give me some motherfuckers. And one thing, you know, that's what happened at the time. But I'm just letting y'all know, at the mindset of that organization in '89, it wasn't all kumbaya, man. This wasn't no goddamn hip parade going on over there. This was a goddamn somber situation. Fans did not like the way Jerry was conducting himself at the time. They did not like it. And to be fair, I don't know how he was gonna come in there and smooth this shit out. When you become a new owner or a boss, you're gonna make changes. I got a friend, man, a homeboy named, Bucko Bruce. He running a company now, and he had to make some moves. He had 13 people. He already had them fired this year. He just got the job in January. I already fired 7 people, man. And that's what happened when new ownership come in there and new management come in. They got to go get the people that about the business. You skating on thin ice with new people coming in the door. Your evaluation process starts over. So who you was don't count. What you did for the past management don't matter. What you're gonna do today? How you gonna make yourself a valuable commodity at 89 Cowboys? Didn't happen for them. They had to gut that roster out. The roster was old. The roster was long in the tooth, they like to say. It wasn't going anywhere. 3 consecutive losing seasons, but now we're 4th. Back to the game, they would never left.
It's kind of a change. It throws you back, and hopefully the organization and the ball club can regroup and go forward. But not to realize the devastation of this thing, it's it's just something that's there.
Sunday afternoons, Tom Landry dedicated his time and energy to football. But Sunday mornings, he was often found here at Highland Park United Methodist Church, congregating with his friends and neighbors, people now upset by what they describe as callous treatment of a man who dedicated himself to the Cowboys.
We here at the church know him a little bit more personally than some of the fans, but we love him, and we just think he deserved a little bit better than that.
It's just a shame that it happened. It just seemed so sudden and everything. It's just like as though the carpet was just jerked from right under his feet, no warning whatsoever.
Tough day. Feel sorry for him. Good man, good leader, good example.
I feel very sad that this was handled in that way, but he's a man of great integrity, and he always rises to the occasion.
We all appreciate him and love him, and maybe this is just life, and this is the way it happens, and this is football.
Members of the University of Miami coaching staff returned to the campus today, but there was little comment from them about their future with the school or with Dallas. Gary Stevens had yet to talk to Jimmy Johnson after he was named the new coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, this week, after the official word is given, then we'll talk. I haven't seen Jimmy since he's been back. Excuse me a minute.
Had Stevens showed up an hour earlier, he would have seen Johnson leave the campus. We arrived just as he was leaving, saying he was committed not to comment until a press conference was held in Dallas on Tuesday. All efforts to reach Johnson later failed. The only official comment from the university came from athletic director Sam Jankovic.
We had what I consider the best football coach in the country, one that has proved himself both on and off the field. I think Jimmy
and I want to be very careful how I say this. I think the happiest he's ever been is the last 2 years. But I think that he is just, somebody asked me if is he remorseful? No. I think what he is, he's just so excited to be the head football coach of the Dallas Cowboys and go there with a very dear friend of his and that opportunity. That he's put all the rest of it behind him. Now he's ready to roll up his shirt sleeves and do an outstanding job somewhere else.
He has not said goodbye to you guys yet.
No, not yet, but we're predicting that he will. He won't just up and leave. That's not his nature.
Bright says he has sold the team to a man who will make the Cowboys a winning team again, and now we find out what you think about all this.
And this is just a...
Yeah, so at the time, man, that's how it went down, man. How it went down. Jerry Harvey had a plan when he came in the door. He had a plan. I give him that. He had a plan. I'm going to get my homeboy. He's a very successful college coach. And the good thing about bringing this college coach in there, for the next 4 years, he going to know who the players are. He going to know who to get. He going to know who to bring in this organization. That some bitch had eye for talent. That motherfucker go get defense overnight. You knew that, Miami Dolphins, Dallas Cowboys is to be for itself, but we did Miami for as the defense is concerned. He went and got some talent. Jimmy drafted Jason Taylor, Hall of Famer. Zach Thomas, Hall of Famer. Sam Madison, a damn good aggressive cornerback. Wasn't a Hall of Famer, very good aggressive corner. Took Darryl Gardner out of Baylor. But at that time, 89, wasn't buying that shit. They knew what the hell he was getting. They knew the guy was a winner. They knew he won the national championship. Ain't nobody saying they nobody know. But at the time, in 1989, this is what we talking about. We talking about the mindset of the fan base, the mindset of the people that was watching, the media. You see, I'm just showing you how the Dallas media wasn't kind of Dale Hanson wasn't co-signing that shit. Now we're gonna play y'all what the people was talking about when they had roundtables. They had roundtable discussions. They had audience discussions. They was talking about this shit in Dallas. Did I really know what was going on in 89? I knew a little bit, but I didn't give a fuck about this shit at the time. Like I told you, when I realized that they were sold and whatever, I was at a damn hardware store in August. Now back in the day, you would go to certain stores, and they would they'll have a schedule up, the little card with the schedule on the front. And what it had on the front, they had a picture of Jerry and Jimmy talking about the Dallas Cowboys, next generation. It was going from the past, it was coming into a new future. Now in 89, we didn't know what they was gonna be. 89, we thought this was gonna be a fucking failure. 89, one thing I did know, I learned, I didn't know about Jimmy Johnson in 89. But I knew that motherfucker was real. And the first time I seen that motherfucker talk in 1990, I knew we had something that day. I knew we had something that day. So I wasn't late to the party. I was there. Party had just begun, man. They just opened the door. Came down about a little hour later. You don't be on time at no party, man. You don't be first at the party. The lames is first at the party. The players and the goddamn trendsetters come in there an hour later. But right when it been ready, everybody got knew coming that motherfucker. Oh yeah, what's happening? Right when it really finna get started. I got there in 1990. Don't get me wrong, I liked the Cowboys ever since the 80s. I watched them with my granddaddy. I used to see Landry. But I didn't know what the hell I was watching. I always take myself when I knew the game of football, how it needed to be played, how it needed to be managed, how everything was in 1990 when I knew what I was watching. That's when I take count that I was a fan. I don't take account that I was watching with my daddy or granddaddy and shit, co-signing. Don't do that. When I knew the game of football, When I knew what the NFL was about was in 1990. How old was I in 1990? I was 13 years old. Oh, well, yeah. Been to turn into goddamn 14. That's what I knew what it was. Yeah, 13 years old, boy. And I seen that shit. I said, oh, yeah, I know what I'm watching now. I know what they finna do. I know what they was trying to do. I know the players. I knew who wasn't shit. I knew who had to get the hell out of there. And they got them some bitches up out, and they got them motherfuckers out of fad. First time I seen Ken Norton Jr., I said, oh, yeah, that's a bad motherfucker. Yeah. He was drafted by Landry. You know, he got drafted in 88. I'm telling y'all right now, in 89, Gonna play some more of what these people was talking about. They wasn't co-signing this shit. People wasn't able to watch the 89 Cowboys like we think we did. We wasn't watching that shit. We didn't see shit at the house. Texas Stadium wasn't on TV, baby, in the Metroplex area. Go do your research and find out. If yo didn't sell out them fucking games, you don't get the games. I don't know what they do in the days in the NFL because Cowboys sell out every game. Win, lose, or draw, Dallas Cowboys sell out every damn game. Because why? Because they let anybody could buy a ticket now. So Jerry don't give a fuck who buy a ticket. But at that time, only people that was really coming to the games was the opposing team. And that ain't enough. But the Cowboy fans was not showing up in 89 and wasn't even showing up early in 90. You know when they start showing up? And Thanksgiving Day in 1990 was a first sellout that Jerry Jones had without any help. From Kroger, from any corporate sponsorships that was buying tickets and shit. I remember in early 1990, Joe Montana and Joe Montana don't come to Dallas. Right? They was going for their three-peat that year, if y'all remember. You don't remember, but for the historical people. And they came down there. And I remember that game was on ESPN. And that game was not supposed to be showed. It wasn't going to be showed. But Kroger believed in the Cowboys. They believe they're going to be good. So they said, hey, man, I think they're turning the corner in 1990. And they went out there. That was the first rookie year of Emmitt Smith. And they came out there. They got their ass demolished by the 49ers that day. They wasn't ready. They wasn't supposed to beat the 49ers. They wasn't ready. But after that day, they went on to win like 5 or 6. They won 5 of their last 7 games. They won 6 of their last 7 games. They were terrible at the time. I think they only had like one win or something like that. They ended up finished 7-9. That Thanksgiving Day, the game that they played, I think they played it. I think the Cardinals. That's who they played. That's when Emmitt running. It was raining in there. He slipped and he fell on his back. Got up, made a move, and threw it into the end zone. I said, "Oh yeah, we got something here, boy. We got something here." And that 90 season, we had to play the Deion Sanders Atlanta Falcons. Trademan got hurt like a week earlier. He couldn't play in that game. He had a bullshit quarterback named Bay Laufenberg. That was in trouble. Dallas was whooping ass. Aikman had been there and they might have won. They played that game. They couldn't do shit. Man, they stopped the run. Bay Laufenberg, man, couldn't really defense save his life. That dude was terrible. And I remember, man, in that game, goddamn it, at the end of the game, goddamn it, I think Dallas had a chance to probably get back in the game, man. That motherfucker threw a ball. And we know who caught it. Prime time Deion Sanders. Caught that bitch. Made a couple of moves. Reversed the field, went to the right, brushed it back to the left, went up the gut, cut it back over the middle again. Darted back to the goddamn left, went to the damn end zone. They danced on their motherfucking ass. And that was Sunday at high noon. 1 o'clock Eastern time. I remember the next day. I forgot who the New Orleans Saints played. If New Orleans lose, Dallas will make the playoffs. If Dallas had to beat the Falcons, they would have made the playoffs. They didn't beat them. So they went in that goddamn there and they lost. And them goddamn Saints beat the shit out of who they played. I can look that up. 1990. 1990 New Orleans Saints. Let me see who they played. But yeah. $1990. Yeah, see, they finished 8-8 that year. They made the playoffs. Yeah, they played at the Los Angeles Rams. That's who they played. I think it was on a Monday night football game, to be exact. Yeah, it was a Monday night football game. They played the Rams. They beat the Rams 20-17. Then they had Pat Swilling, and then they had that Ray Jackson nigga on the other side. That was a Jim Morris Saints. You know, that's when they had the Dome Patrol that was going down at the time. And yeah, in '89, you know, yeah. San Francisco 14-2 that year in 90. That's 90. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if I want to really go, in the NFL standings, go with Buffalo, it's 13-3 in 90. Bengals 9-7. For the Niners, they made playoffs. Dallas Cowboys was 7-9. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 90 Cowboys season. So just showing y'all, I'm just giving y'all a game, right? 7-9, their regular season. Ain't who I want to look up, man. We're gonna look draft, we're gonna regular season. Yeah, Atlanta Falcons. Yep, got their ass whooped, 26-7. Deion tore their ass up that day. And then yeah, Aikman got hurt. So yeah, Aikman got hurt. Mm-hmm. They lost their last two games. They lost to Philadelphia, 17-3 at Philly. Lost to Atlanta, and then they ended up winning like 4 in a row. Yeah, they played the Redskins, Phoenix Cardinals. Yeah, remember that game? It was the Phoenix Cardinals. They beat New Orleans Saints. So they would have had the tiebreaker against New Orleans if Dallas would have won against the Falcons. So they would have had the tiebreaker. And then, yeah, I remember these games. I remember when they beat Tampa Bay. They had to play Tampa Bay twice. I don't know what that was about. They won in our division. They played them twice. And they won. They beat San Diego. Of course, lose to the Giants. Lost to the Redskins. Lost to the Giants again. Couldn't block. And they lost to the Cardinals. And beat Tampa. And they went on to win 4 straight. So when you look at Dallas's record, they was 3-7. And they ended up being 7-7. And all they had to do was just win one of them 2 games, either against Philly and against Atlanta, and they couldn't do it. He could not do it at all. And that was it of that 90 season. Now, the mindset after that 90 season is like, okay, we didn't know. Well, we woke up that 91 season, and that 91 draft came into play. That's when we knew something. 90, we saw something. We saw that, okay, Aikman got hurt, okay, that Aikman was playing, he got hurt. Aikman was staying kind of injured at the time. So what ended up happening, we like, okay, they got something in Dallas. Yeah, But they was like, they didn't really beat nobody in 90. You know, they beat Washington. You know, Washington was good, 90. But then 91 came. And what started that 91 campaign? I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm still on 89. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I ain't going to be here all morning. But I want to go back to the mindset of them guys. I'm just giving you the 90 game. Then I'll move on into the 91 game. Let's go.
Classless act. I can't deal with it.
Look at it in a positive vein. He's leaving. He's retiring. The pressure's off of him, number one. He left a legacy. He believed according to priorities. You believe in God first, your family second, and your profession third. And he did it in his entire career. I think he's got some shoes that'll never be filled.
I keep going back to the word class, but I think that Buddy Ryan of Philadelphia's got more class than our new owner, Jerry Jones.
They've embarrassed us. We are proud people. We're proud of our football team and proud of all this. And the way they've done it has just torn that all down. And
Now, what that man said, that was an insult. But that was a great segue to that robbery, boy. Because now, what I got to say about that? But I'm going to tell y'all something. That was in March of 89. And we hated the Philadelphia Eagles. I say we didn't like them. We hated the Redskins. That was the biggest rival under the Tom Landry era. But under the Jerry Jones, Jimmy Johnson era, to say that Buddy Ryan has more class than your owner, that's an insult now. That is an insult. We're going to play some things today. Some infamous quotes. I'm going to find some infamous Jimmy Johnson press conferences. I know some of the games, but I need to find some infamous press conferences. If I can find them, I'm going to play them for you today. Might be here a while. But man, just telling you this game, playing the mindset of the people, and tell you how Jerry misplayed his hand. He misplayed his hand on sight, not buying them. That was a full house right there buying the Cowboys. But after he bought them, he made some mistakes. And that's when we realized, man, Jerry make mistakes. Well, Jerry gonna do what Jerry do. Jerry gonna do it his goddamn way. He did it way on sight. He did it way on sight. But back to the game that we never left, man. Back to the video that we ain't never left.
I'm embarrassed about the way they've done us.
It didn't really hit me until today when I went in to see Tom in his office and spent 20 to 25 minutes because, as you get so busy covering the event that you don't take time to stop and think. And I realized how sad Tom Landry was today, and it made me very sad. I think it's something we will always remember, and I think it's going to be written about and remembered as probably the most eventful day in Cowboys history.
I came with Jimmy, and Tom went.
I'm not better. That's just my nature is not to be better.
Coach Tom Landry bids a tearful farewell to his players and coaches after 29 years with the team.
Instead of preparing for another mini camp, Tom Landry prepared to say goodbye. He roamed through the Cowboys' enormous locker room, shaking hands and saying thanks to his players. He was biding his time for his farewell address to the team. Landry was in great spirits as he walked towards the players' conference room.
What's going on? Nothing. You look like you're in pretty good shape. You're dressed for the occasion. You look pretty sharp, too. The funeral?
Landry asked the reporters and photographers for a private moment with his players. He tried his best, but after only 8 minutes, Coach Landry lost his composure.
At the end, he basically said that he wished the best for us and to God bless all of us and our families, and that he loved us, and he just turned and walked out the door, in a tearful state.
He told us that he loved us and he wanted to see us back because, Coach Landry is not just a guy who cares for himself. He cares for this organization.
Everyone gave him a standing ovation, and which is the least we could have done for him.
Landry returned to his office after the meeting, but surfaced later to watch part of the minicamp.
All my playing went down there.
A whole bunch of people's playing.
He smiled and chatted with the guys and admitted he was guilty of an un-Landry-like breakdown.
Well, I got 5 minutes in before I broke down a little bit, but that was expected.
Jones says he did not handle Landry's dismissal very well.
In talking to Coach Landry, that I was sitting there talking to Bear Bryant, but we all know I can't talk to Bear, but I'm not kidding you. That's the way I feel about Tom Landry. And I just, I didn't do a very good job. I resent the way that it was handled too. I do. I'm going to tell you right now that Tom Landry is, you hope that you can meet special people in their field sometime. Okay? You hope that. I hope to him the other night. He's wonderful, Von Bright. But you hope that you could meet the greatest doctor. Tom Landry in his field had no peer. Coach Landry was just as you would imagine Coach Landry to be. And just as we've seen him, and that was my first time to meet Coach Landry. I do want to assure everyone that is interested in the Cowboys and certainly interested in Coach Landry. Coach Landry saw my baby blue eyes as quickly as humanly possible under the circumstances. Frankly, Coach Landry would have known about it a second after Tex Schramm knew about it if we could have gotten to it. And there were key elements in the business aspect of this thing, as insensitive as it may seem, and it really is. It genuinely is. The real world is that there's owners, and then there are people that it doesn't happen too much anymore, but there are people that have built their lives with these teams, from Clint Murchison to Mr. Bumbright, Tom Landry, and Tex Schramm. They created for me the greatest sports prize in the world today, so that I could have a chance to be associated with it. Now I give them an A+. The Cowboys are my queen now, along with everybody else's queen, but certainly I'm associated with them very closely. And I was ready for my queen to quit dancing with everybody. And so it was time to, when you get married, you want her to quit dating as quick as you can. And that's what we did.
It wasn't his choice. Dale joins us now with a look at Landry's life.
He misplayed. I know what I'm doing. He misplayed that damn man. He didn't do it right. We're down there. What are we going to do, man? He had a plan. At that time, Jerry had a good plan on what he was going to do. See, at that day, he wasn't liked in his town. Jerry didn't come in like the hate that y'all, that the world have for Jerry. Local Cowboy and Cowboy Nation hated Jerry Jones. And they probably still do today. But he had a forgivable period at one time. We didn't care. Good. But man, they finna show in a little bit.
Today and what the future may hold for him. Yeah, I tell you, he's handling this so well, as you knew he would. Tom Landry with the Cowboys 29 years, and we have known for a long time there couldn't be too many more, but not many of us expecting 29 to be his last one.
Is that the one thing you regret, that you didn't have the opportunity or fulfillment of bringing the Cowboys back?
Yeah, I think so, Jerry, because I knew it was, even on a 3-year plan, when I signed the contract, I knew that's going to be very close, to get us where we wanted to go. And the strike kind of disrupted that trend. But I felt this year that we were very, very close. The team really responded for. They played hard, and last year they weren't a 3-13 team when you looked at them, and it was a close games we lost. And I really thought that this year would be the year that Steve Fuller would come to the front with the first draft choice. You were going to get a lot of confidence with whoever you brought in, whether it was Aikman or anybody else. So you had a lot of momentum which you can get with this season. And I really felt like I had to change a little bit of what was going on. That's why I got Jerry Rome in and George Hill to kind of change what we were doing. And it would have been very interesting to see what would have happened. But it's not going to happen, so no use speculating anymore. When you have no control over something, you can get mad, you can resent it, but the thing happens, you're the only one that gets hurt. I mean, nobody else gets hurt when you do that. So I've just learned to take things as I see them, and if I have something to do with it, then, boy, I'm going to work hard, and then I may be disappointed that I wasn't good enough to make it happen, but it's something like we're talking about now, it was going to happen. There wasn't anything that was going to avoid that.
Coach, people always say how cooperative you are and what a gentleman you are, but every once in a while you'd hear what a cold, computerized, stone-like person you are, that you have no emotion. When you hear that, when hear people say that, what are your emotions on that?
Well, my thoughts are, first thing, it's not correct, I don't think. And the fact we were talking a while ago about concentration, and when I concentrate, I'm so stern all the time. I don't show any emotion on the sideline. Hopefully I don't. If I do, it's a bad trait, I think, for a coach. But that's the reason for it. And that's their image. I mean, the only time they never see me other than in a football game, most people. They see me walking the sideline. They see how I react to things, and they can't understand it. Why don't I get them to cheer a little bit?
I think with human nature, there's probably a little jealousy on people's part, that you're always under control of your emotions when the rest of us are straining so much.
Well, I don't know. I just think that people expect you, and they see a great catch, they see a great run, and then they look at me and I'm not doing anything. They don't understand why. And it's basically because I'm really studying the defense. I'm not seeing the play like they're seeing it. If you get me, watching a game I have no control over, I mean, my stomach will churn just like everybody's, and I worry about the team that I want to win, and I'm just a fan if I'm not on sideline. I think competitiveness comes from training, how you were raised in a sport, what kind of coaches you had, and a lot of it comes, well, of course, it all comes from within you, but I've always been competitive. People don't, I'm not emotionally competitive, like, Mike Dick, my good friend, and Dan Reeves, they're gung-ho with competitiveness, but I was always...
Yeah. The mindset of Tom Landry. Calm composure. He didn't get too emotional on big things happening. Why did I play that? Because the man that was coming behind him was a little different. Total opposite of Landry. Jimmy Johnson was the total opposite of Tom Landry. A combustible motherfucker. Very cohesive man that was taking over for that Cowboy in '89. He wasn't coming here to play game. And Tom Landry didn't play game either. They had two different approaches. to the game of football. Both believe in talent. But Tom Landry had a mindset, hey, the game can go either way. So we down, we can get back in. If we up, we can get down. So he had an even kill approach. Had this, you know what I'm saying, where his hand didn't shake, you know what I'm saying? He had what you call ice water in his veins. He was dripped in chilly cold blood. He had no emotion. He took emotion out of the game of football because he's in it. And he knew. That's how that's how you coached. Who else coached like Tom Landry? Bill Belichick was the same guy. He's ice cold water in his veins. You saw him on the sideline. He was on that bitch for them 29 years. On the Belichick coaching boys. Coached in 2001, so yeah, he was getting close. Yeah, 2000 to be exact. His job in 2000, he chose for 23 years with one organization. And I'm just telling you, 29 years with an organization for a coach. Because you got Mike Tomlin getting closer to 20. And they're not happy with him over there. You know, Cowboy fans was, they like Tom Landry. They believed in what he could do. And they believed that he could turn it around. They were like, yeah, that turned around. Tom Landry, he gonna turn it around. But I'm right, like I told y'all, it was him bringing money with that football team. He had to sell it. He wasn't making money. Because they had the strike that happened in like 85 or something like that. And that's what he was talking about after the strike. Cowboys was like good before the strike. After the strike, they went down. They couldn't rebound. They couldn't recover. And they had to move on. But Jimmy, what Jerry say? I know I made a damn mistake by fucking around like I did. I made a mistake by not, swiftly doing what I needed to do.
One thing I tried to do, Jerry, was train myself to concentrate. I think Ben Hogan had a lot of influence on me in that area. When I used to watch Ben Hogan play golf, and the way he could concentrate and never break his concentration was what I kind of patterned myself off on the sideline. Because once your concentration breaks, then what happens to you is you start looking at the scoreboard. You start thinking about the play that just went by that wasn't very successful. And when that happens to you, you're not going to reach your full potential of play. Really, when I went into football, I was in World War II, and when I went to football, I was 24, or almost 25 when I went into pro football after being in the service, for 3 years. And I thought that I would just go up and see how it was in pro football. Because you remember in those days, you left Texas to go to play pro football, about the only news you have is a filler type, New York Yankees.
Yeah. Move on from this. But that was the mindset at the time when the man got fired. We talking about the mishaps Jerry made. He made mishap right on site. Not by buying the team, not by bringing in Jimmy, but how he conducted with Mr. Tom Landry at the time. He didn't do right. He was in it, but to be honest, how was you going to do it? How are you going to look firing a legend that been in that organization since 1960? How in the fuck is you going to get rid of a legend? You better make sure you hire a new one. You better make sure you hire a new one. You better make sure you hire a new legend. You better make sure you know what the hell you're doing. And at that particular time, he misplayed the hand a little bit on that, but it wasn't enough. He did what he had to do. He had to bring in the people he wanted to bring in. That's what you do when you buy something. And a lot of people don't own anything, so when you don't own nothing, and you don't run a company, you don't you don't see. So,
before somebody wants to get rid of you. And so I still wasn't interested in really making my lifetime to be a coach. And the thing that really changed me was Clint Ferguson. Because when Clint came in, when everybody said probably that Landry should be.
This is News 8 at 6.
all right. So we just got to playing with Tom Landry. Now we're going to play the introduction press conference of Jimmy Johnson when he came in the door. When Landry was let go and Jimmy was hired. So what I'm giving you is the inside mindset of the mindset we had as Cowboy fans that experienced the '89, which was the genesis of the Jimmy Johnson situation. That's what we talking about right now. Did they touch on it? Yeah. Well, I'm giving you the mindset that we had at the time. I don't give a fuck about you. Shit. You ain't gotta stay in here. I'm setting this shit up for other shit anyway. Let's go.
I'm proud to be the head football coach for the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm excited to be the head football coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Jimmy Johnson steps into the shadow of a legend. The former college coach officially takes the place of Tom Landry.
Johnson says he hasn't decided on his coaching staff yet. This conference where Johnson had to try and fix the damage caused by the way Tom Landry was fired. And Johnson does a pretty good job of doing that.
And it hurts me when someone says I did something out of disrespect to Tom Landry. I mean, I'm in the coaching profession. You know, I look up to a man like Tom Landry. I look up to a man like Tex Schramm. You know, great people that did fantastic things for not only the Dallas Cowboys, but for the NFL and for the state of Texas. So it hurts me when someone indicates that I did something out of disrespect. If I did, I'm sorry.
Jerry Jones and his entourage arrived at Valley Ranch for the Big D debut of Jimmy Johnson. Then Johnson was immediately hit with a barrage of questions about Tom Landry's unceremonious demise.
You know, I think Tom Landry is one of the finest individuals and the finest coaches that I would ever hope to know.
Johnson roomed with Jerry Jones in Arkansas, but he's a native Texan born in Port Arthur, and he always had a dream to coach the Cowboys.
Friday night, when I realized that it could happen, I lay in bed and my wife, Linda Kay, said, Jimmy, is this what you really want to do? And I said, it's not what I want to do necessarily. I don't even make that a consideration. It's what I have to do.
Johnson brings youth, enthusiasm, and high energy to the Cowboys, but he has some fences to mend before he wins back the fans.
You know, I don't want to get this thing started off on the wrong foot. And so I plead with anybody that cares anything about the Dallas Cowboys, that cares anything about this part of the country, you know, I plead with them just to help us out. Hey, we're trying to do the right thing.
Johnson kept his composure during the 50-minute news conference. He was in the spotlight. Reporters, players, coaches, and friends were listening closely to every word.
Everybody has their strength.
Jimmy Johnson said, like I told you, echoing my sentiment. I didn't watch this. I didn't see the shit when it went down 89. I heard about it. But I just told you earlier, they had to get the fans back over. Fans wasn't buying that fucking 89 shit. They wasn't buying no Jimmy. They wasn't buying no Jerry. So, what I'm telling you, they wasn't buying into that. Man, they rolling their damn eye. Who the fuck are these motherfuckers? This Arkansas redneck son of a bitch bringing this goddamn prima donna college coach over here, man, trying to run the Cowboy and gonna get rid of the Tom Landry. You gonna get rid of the hat. Hell no, they wasn't buying that bullshit. They thought it was bullshit coming to this town. That this ain't finna be nothing. We know what happened later. But in 89, I wasn't buying that shit. I'm gonna tell you it again. They wasn't selling out football games in 89. You wasn't able to watch the Cowboys on TV, motherfucker, when they had a home game at Texas Stadium. You didn't sell that hoe out. You didn't see it. Wasn't no goddamn NFL Sunday ticket in 89, motherfucker. Only way you were gonna see your football team, they had to sell it out when they was at home. You see the road game. Yeah, you see the road games. You see those. So well, all you had to wait up was the road games to watch. And they was getting their ass tore up. So 89 now, they didn't go to the game. I don't know what they did in 88. I don't know what they did in 87 and 86. I think they were still selling out. People were still supporting. 89, they did not support their team. The people did not go out. They did not buy a ticket. They couldn't sell a ticket, bro. They couldn't sell a ticket in 89. You don't believe me, though. Bitch ass nigga, I was there. Bitch ass nigga, when I turned on channel, fucking CBS had the NFL coverage at the time. They had NFL, they had the NFC package. We turned to channel 11, wasn't on, bro. They had to put on syndicated bullshit. They had to put on, I don't know what the hell was on. They had infomercials and shit they had to put on. At high noon, it was terrible. So here at noon, and they was at home in Texas Stadium. We didn't see 89. You know how we saw that win the Dallas got? They was in Washington on Monday Night Football. Well, Washington. Last time I checked, Dallas is not in Washington. Washington Redskins sell out. They ain't got nothing to do with us. There were people in that DMV area. They were winning teams, so they were selling out RFK every week. So they saw they Redskins. They saw they Eagles. They saw they fucking Giants. But when Dallas was at home at 89, I couldn't turn to channel 11 at high noon and see. We didn't watch that shit. We had to turn to NBC. And I think they did something. I don't know. Now, because at the time it wouldn't be no other game on. So we had to turn to NBC and watch the AFC package. But at the time, we couldn't even watch that. So we was out of football in 89 when Cowboys. We hate when the Cowboys were at home. Hell no, we ain't watching no football. You better get ready for goddamn Monday night, bitch. And then you might be able to watch the 3:30 game. Yeah, you got punished for having a bad football team in that era. Man, if you had a bad football team and you didn't support that motherfucker, you didn't see no football on Sunday. You better turn that motherfucker on imp, man. You better hold. Now they had a bye week. Dallas was on Monday night. So we wasn't watching them, bro. We didn't get to see them motherfuckers. We didn't know who Jimmy Johnson was really until 90. They would show highlights of the game on the news. So you had to watch a sports special. We had to watch sports specials. There's sports special shows and local sports special shows in the 80s and 90s. So you would turn on Scott Murray sports special, Dale Hansen sports special. You know, we came on at 10:30 at night after the news. They would stay on for 30 minutes. Sometimes they'll go, you know, when Dallas got good, they stayed on an hour, you know. But you turn to Scott Murray, that was Channel 5, you know, or you turn to Dale Hansen on Channel 8. 11 didn't have anything. They didn't have anything. When they came Fox 4, that was in 94. Then they had Mike Ducey's sports special, you know, sports special with Mike Ducey. They had them, you don't know the people. That's who was running those affiliates, the ABC, CBS, Fox affiliates, and CBS affiliates. So you would see them, But no, we didn't know who Jimmy was. We didn't learn about no Jimmy Johnson, no 89. We knew when he got the job. But we couldn't turn on the Cowboys nigga 89 to see shit. We couldn't find them niggas. Niggas was hid. Because the fan base was not selling out Texas Stadium. They didn't start selling Texas Stadium, man, until after that 49er game, and then people still didn't buy in. People weren't buying into the 89 shit, man. They weren't buying into Jerry. I'll reiterate that shit. They weren't buying into that shit. People didn't buy in.
Strengths and weaknesses, and I'm sure that Coach Johnson's got his. I think after people learn Jimmy, they learn to love him. I really do.
Daddy, how are you doing? I didn't know you were up.
Papa Johnson gave his son a big hug. But the question is, will he be embraced by the Dallas-Fort Worth area fans?
Johnson's philosophy of football. At Miami, his offense was exciting, his defense intimidating, and the Hurricanes won. This is the style Jimmy Johnson expects to bring with him to Dallas.
We want to press the game offensively. Obviously, with what we have done at University of Miami, we want to press the game defensively. We have that attacking style. We want to make sure that we are a defensive team that makes things happen. You do that by pressing the issue.
Several coaches that helped Johnson's system work in college are expected to join him with the Cowboys. It's a system that brought a national championship to Miami, and players listening to Johnson talk about it liked what they heard.
I'm glad it's him because he is a winner. You saw what he did in, Miami, and if we can do the same way they did, then we'll be in the Super Bowl.
I'd like to see what kind of approach we're going to take to the offense and defense now, and it looks like it's going to be very exciting.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Michael Irvin has spoke real highly of him, and I've had the opportunity of meeting him a couple of times. He's got a lot of energy, and what we got to do is just get out on the field and show that energy.
Of course, Johnson put great players on the field in Miami. Scouting and drafting considered a weakness in the former Cowboys system. Johnson wants it to be more like recruiting.
Our coaching staff is going to be traveling around the country, evaluating players, working within the organization with the people that are on board right now. So, including me, yes.
And don't expect Johnson to leave his college reputation behind either.
I hope the Dallas Cowboy fans, or maybe the fans of other places, can get onto my case for running up the score every single week.
Jimmy, over the last 5 years, has developed at the University of Miami an offense and defense that is known for taking it to them. Not receiving them, but taking it to them. They are called force into action on both sides of the ball. Not as a friend. That's why Jimmy Johnson is today the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. It's a great day for the Cowboys. Jimmy.
Yes, that statement, when it was made, eyes were rolling like, oh, hell, I don't believe this bullshit. And Jimmy came in that motherfucker and told you, we coming to be a force multiplier over here, boy. We coming to kick, put boot the ass. And what Jimmy Johnson came in there and told everybody. We coming here to force shit, make shit happen here. But guess what? He didn't have that kind of roster, boy, when he came in there, though. He didn't have that. He had a gang of over-the-hill motherfuckers and a gang of young bucks that wasn't ready to win. And goddamn Jimmy Johnson wasn't playing. Jimmy Johnson had one ace on that football team. And he had to play that. And when Jimmy got the cards in his hand, Did he have a poker face? Nah. Jimmy gonna talk shit to you, get you to goddamn me buck down, get you to fold. He get you to fold. That way he don't give a fuck. You just go fold, dog. You play a gang of hands, you just keep folding. Because you know he got that goddamn ace. He gonna have that full house, that royal flush. He gonna have them straights. He just gonna sit back in there. He gonna see it. And he gonna show you. He's gonna keep folding. He gonna crumb you to death. He gonna crumb you to death. That's what he did. He gonna crumb your ass to death. He ain't misplaced no hand though.
I know that there could have been better circumstances as far as me coming into this position, but I would hope that people would be as excited about this organization, about this football team as what I am. To go into the finest organization there is in the NFL, an organization that I had been very close to over the years, with someone like Jerry Jones, someone that I had known for 30 years. If it had not been that situation, I don't know that I could have left the winningest football team in the country at the University of Miami. Because of that opportunity, I said yes, and because of that opportunity, I'm here now. Question.
Because of the way things were handled, you and Jerry Jones.
See, I'm playing the mindset. I'm on my. See, this is the game show. It's all about what's in this game. The game is in his mind, man. I don't give a fuck. You can go watch that documentary to get entertained, to get the clip notes. Them people were not loving '89. We know what they accomplished. This is fucking 2025. I'm not turning this shit on just to jack off or whatever you think I'm gonna do. No. They know you be turning the bitch on. I don't give a fuck about that shit. You know why I don't give a fuck about that shit no more? Because that shit's enshrined. That shit's in the Hall of Fame. That shit's in the Ring of Honors, bro. That's just gone. That's just over. But Netflix want to put on a special, right? So I'm going to tell you what it was in '89, motherfucker. They showed you what was going on in '89, but they showed you, yeah, that was terrible. But what was the fans thinking about? See, the Cowboy fans right now, you say the delusional Cowboy fans, the Cowboy fans wasn't delusional. Them old school Cowboy fans wasn't delusional, dog. These new niggas and shit that say Cowboy can win Super Bowl every year, they no. No, I'm gonna tell you what we were thinking about in that era. More motherfucker, y'all. So you need somebody, you know, Mike Irvin, them gonna tell you the game, they're gonna tell you the inside. I'm telling you what we saw. 89, 90, 91. Them are the years I want to talk about. 92, 93, 94, 95. You know that shit. I'm not gonna sit up here and regurgitate shit you already know. This is America's game show. We tell you the game, what really went down when you didn't know what was going on. I'm not gonna talk about 93, 94, 95 for what? I'll talk about it when I do my review over the documentary. I'll talk about that shit. But I'm talking a little bit about the Saturday Night Massacre. But I'm talking about Jerry Jones at the same time. He misplayed his hand. Off top, he misplayed his hand. He already got them fucked up. Okay, he got this ace in the hole right here with Jimmy. But he had that goddamn ragged ass two or whatever, which was Landry. He used to be an ace. He used to be a full house. He ain't a full house no more. He just a gang of nothing. They wasn't winning anymore. He didn't do anything wrong, but in the mindset of the people in '89, They ain't like how he did it. The right way to do it was being like, when you walk in the door, you walk in that bitch, say, hey, man, have a, you know, as soon as I up, we're going to have another press conference. We're going to sit down to the world. He gone. You're going to make your information. And you got to pack up your bags. You got to get up out of here. I got Jimmy Johnson on his way. And then nobody was, who? College coaches didn't win shit. Nobody believed in a college coach in 89. They don't translate to the NFL well. What they accomplished. That ain't about that. That's regurgitation of bullshit. I'm not telling something that you know. I'm telling something you don't know. That's what we do here. We go in depth with our shit. We don't sit up here and it's so, yeah, what the fuck I'm opening this hole up for? What the fuck would I come on this live to tell you about 92, 93, 94, 95? When I do, I'm going to tell you what was going on in the back. The mindset that they don't really talk about. The strategies. Nobody believed in that shit in 89. Dallas had 3 losing seasons, had the #1 overall pick in 89. I'm going to tell you the mindset that America had, that the Cowboy fans had Aikman when he came in this bitch. You thought everybody that co-started Aikman in that town of 89? They thought Aikman was a fucking bum. And I'm not telling you no fucking lie. Nobody know. And I was in Dallas, nigga. DFW, newspapers, 4-star Telegram, Dallas Times Herald, Dallas Morning News. They wasn't co-signing shit that was going on in 89 and 90. Believe in that shit? They thought that was boo coming in here, bro. So the Cowboy hated Jemima Cowboy talking about down about Jerry. Nigga, they hated Jerry on sight. They ain't like that motherfucker when he bought the team in 89. They didn't like him. I wasn't one of them guys. I don't do that. Jerry, I'm giving him a chance. Now when he fought Tom Landry, I mean, I knew as a 12-year-old kid, he's supposed to fire his ass. Wasn't winning. So I didn't disagree with Jerry on that, but he misplayed his hand. So I'm telling you the game. I'm not telling you what you already know. You don't know what happened in 89. You don't really know. You don't know. Because that documentary ain't going to tell you. They don't have time to tell you. They got to give you the shit. They're going to give you what they can give you. They got 8 episodes. They're really telling you need 20. Now they're going to tell you, player ain't going to tell you now. Well, all in there now. I'm just telling you what we saw in Cowboy Nation, what we going on. Now, I was looking at it like this. Like I told you, I didn't see but 2 games in Dallas and 89 at home. I didn't get a chance to see the Cowboys every week. They blacked out. The local fan base was not supporting Jerry Jones in 89, y'all. I'm telling you this shit. I know that they ain't done nothing in 30 years, and everybody go to the Texas Stadium and go to AT&T and they sell a hoe out. Yeah, they ain't done shit. I'm just telling you, in 89, nobody was going to the Texas Stadium, bruh. They didn't buy into that shit. The local Cowboy Nation and Cowboy Nation was not buying into that 89 bullshit. They didn't want nothing to do with no Jerry. They didn't want nothing to do with no goddamn Jimmy, bruh. They didn't believe in it. And I say they, I ain't say I didn't believe in it, because I'm going to give you a chance. I ain't got no choice but to give you a chance. Shit, I can't sit up in there and criticize. It wasn't winning. We don't have an 89. 1-15. But during that year, 1-15, was nobody. They wasn't selling no fucking merch. They wasn't selling shit. That's when Jerry said he was losing money. You didn't get it. Y'all don't get it when he mean by losing money. Because People was not buying the merch. People was not supporting, bro. NFL, the owners make their money off fan bases, buying merch, going to games, buying parking, and then when people come, then they can go up on the corporate sponsorships. They can charge more on the corporate sponsorships. That's how it go. You need the fans to support you. You got to be selling shit. You got to have marketing numbers to go in there, talk to Pepsi, you talk to goddamn Budweiser and sell Bud Lights. You can say, motherfucker, I need $20 million. That wasn't getting them about a goddamn $2-3 million. Why you think Jerry keep telling you motherfuckers? This ain't no cosign. I'm telling you the game. That the Cowboys was the worst investment because they weren't making no money. They're making money. I don't give a fuck about now. that you don't know that. You think Cowboys always made money? No, man. 89, 90, they wasn't making no goddamn money. Jerry was losing money. Man, that Jerry almost went bankrupt fucking with them Cowboys. I don't give a fuck about that new shit. I'm not talking about that bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not talking about today. There's no reason me open up this fucking thing talking about Michael Parsons. There's no me open up this shit talking about that. I'm talking about what the documentary ain't talking about. And I ain't got to talk about it. And I'm glad they're not talking about it. That gave me an opportunity to come on here and let you know what was going on. I don't want nobody buying them niggas. You don't believe me though. I just showed you. I'm just showing you the goddamn what happened. I'm showing you that all that there is local media. Channel 8. Channel 8 was the motherfucking channel. At that time, in 89, Channel 8 was the official station of the Dallas Cowboys. They covered everything. Then it moved from 8, it went to 4. Because Jerry did not like Dale Hansen. Because Dale Hansen hated Jerry. Dale Hansen ain't never liked no Jerry Jones. Dale Hansen used to work on the, back in the day, you had the radio feed. Now, the radio feed, you could listen to the radio feed every week. So, yeah, it was on a channel called KVIL. It was Brad Sham. Y'all don't know these people. And Dale Hansen, they called the games on the radio. And that was excellent coverage. You didn't have to even watch the game, man. You turn on the radio, man, you would get like you was watching the game. That was that excellent. Brad Sham and Dale Hansen were great. I loved the radio feed. Them too. I loved that shit. But I'm just telling y'all, I'm gonna move on from this 89. I'm gonna get into the 90 game with y'all right quick. Is that what I'm telling you? They wasn't co-signed, bro. They wasn't making no money, man. We know what they became. I'm not talking about what they became. I'm talking about the genesis of the next generation. That was the marketing strategy. Next generation of Dallas Cowboy football. Jerry and Jimmy Johnson. The JJs. The JJs coming this motherfucker. They upset the apple cart. They pissed off Cowboy fans, man. They pissed Cowboy fans off. They ain't pissed me off. I'm only 12 years old, so how you gonna piss a 12-year-old off? You know, you can't piss me off on it. They wasn't winning, okay. Give these guys a chance. Give them a chance, dog. We give them a chance. Well, yeah, what people did. People disgruntledly had to watch something on TV on Sunday. They still love their Cowboys. They still love that they was, quote, America's team. So they're gonna come around. That's just the way life is. Jerry made a decision, and I okay. A lot of objective Cowboy fans didn't like it. They left. A lot of them left. But the guys that left, when they new fans came, and yeah, what it is. But back to the video that we never left. I had to break that off and let you know. Jimmy Johnson came in that hole. He wasn't beloved. Me looking up, national media wasn't. They was like, who? Everybody knew what he did. Everybody knew he was a decorated college coach. You know, with the Miami Hurricanes. He made that place an iconic place. They actually won that championship before he got there. But he came in there and made that place iconic. He the one that put the U. He the one that made it the U, baby. That's what Jimmy did. So we know that, right? We know he made it the U. When we start calling it the U, he called it the U. He made it the U, baby. When you say the U, you know who they talking about. Jimmy Johnson built that shit. And they still riding out Jimmy Johnson today. They still riding out Jimmy Johnson doctrine today. That's why no coach coming there at them players beating playoffs. They're not recruiting. They're not controlling that 5-mile radius of Clark Gable. That no more. They just control that shit. They just control that goddamn shit. You think you were coming in there, man, Jimmy Johnson, getting Patrick Petersons and these niggas, and you know, ain't nowhere in the hell if Jimmy was gone. But Deion didn't fuck with him because Jimmy, Deion different type of nigga. He want to go make somebody great. Wasn't getting. We know what Jimmy called. We know that. Come on down there to Miami. Deion said, nah. I want to be great. I got to beat you. There's certain players wasn't fucking with Jimmy. Deion wasn't a Jimmy Johnson type of guy. What I mean, Jimmy Johnson don't give a fuck about the play game. He let you be you. He gonna coach. He ain't gonna be nice. But between he can deal with the defensive coordinator talk crazy. He ain't dealing with the head coach talking crazy. So that's why he went over there with Buddy. Not with Buddy. Went over there with Bobby Bowden. There's no diss. He made a great decision because he wanted to beat them niggas. That was gonna make him great. So everybody didn't fuck with Jimmy. I'm just putting the proper context. But we know Jimmy was in there for, hey, come on over. We know Jimmy was over there knocking on the nigga door. Come on, man. Nobody asked these questions to him. Jimmy Johnson trying to recruit you. Yeah. Okay. But it didn't happen, right? Come on. You try to go get that nigga. Shit, crazy hell. Now, we'll go back to Jimmy Johnson's press conference a little bit. Let him tell you how uneasy it was and how he was kind of walking on eggshells a little bit. Now, he wasn't walking on eggshells, y'all, but the fan base in the Metroplex, you better tread lightly. Well, that ain't Jimmy Johnson. He ain't treading lightly. He been doing his fucking job. He ain't giving a fuck. He know what he got to do. The only way I'm gonna get respect, the only way I'm gonna get what I need, I got a WIN over. I got a WIN, and I got to make shit happen. We got to expedite this winning over. We got to do what we got to do. So they had a pressure on them to really get it done, because they had fan base over them like some wild dogs ready to chomp down on them over there. They were like praying mantis. Boy, they had their mouth wide open, get ready to. They were already knowing, boy. They come in this motherfucker like other coaches that come in fan bases and y'all give them a chance. Jerry Jones is my guy. That's my guy. I'm rocking with him. So Jimmy had a grace period in Dallas. He was gonna have a grace period. He didn't have to worry about, he had pressure. Don't get me wrong. He had pressure internally on himself to be great. But as far as him, he had time. And he did what he had to do. He did it quick. He did it quick, boy. He had inherited some bullshit motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? He had inherited some bullshit motherfuckers. He had to go make it work. Back to the video that we never left.
Are not the most popular people in town right now. How do you respond to that? Did you expect it? And do you think that you did handle it poorly? Could have been done differently?
This was
not done to hurt anybody. It was not done out of disrespect to anyone, because you've got to realize I was born and raised in Port Arthur, Texas. You've got to realize that through my early years in football, both as a player and as a coach, I idolized the Dallas Cowboys.
What about the assistant coaches?
I have interviewed the assistant coaches. I have known all of the assistant coaches one way or another. I've had contact with them over the years. I've had tremendous respect for them. I think there's a very good chance that some of the assistant coaches will be part of my staff.
Did you tell Gil Brandt, if not before, at least Thursday afternoon, that you would be taking a job with the Dallas Cowboys?
One place where I talked to Gil Brandt about what might happen. First of all, I didn't know what was going to happen until it happened, until that day.
Then why did you call Don Shula and ask about assistant coaches if you didn't know until Thursday night you were going to have a coaching job? I'm a football coach.
I'm going to be prepared for the opportunity if it comes. I'm not going to wait until something happens and then be too late. You know, because, you know, when I...
Now, just to let y'all know, if you watch the documentary, Michael Irvin on Saturday Night Massacre on the first one knew that he was coming to Dallas in 88. He knew he was coming. So when he said he was checking Don Shula and all them motherfuckers, you know, that terrible coordinator. That one of your worst hired boy. Yeah, that was trash. That boy. That motherfucker was trash. That some bitch couldn't coordinate with goddamn. That wasn't a good hire. That damn nigga got your ass out of here. I'll tell you that right now. So I'm gonna tell you what we were thinking about, nigga, at the goddamn time when this shit went down. Fuck all the retrospect and fuck all the goddamn kumbaya and all. I'm not doing that. I lived that shit. I know what they accomplished. But we talking about what the hell we were thinking about in that 89, boy. Now we ain't know what that. Whoa, Dave Shula, I think it was Dave Shula. Dave Shula coming down here to Dallas. Whoever the fuck he said. It wasn't Don Shula, the senior nigga, junior, some goddamn. I think it was Don, you know, I don't know what the fuck that nigga. Terrible. That's something was good question. That office was terrible. That's when they was calling our office the vanilla office, and that motherfucker was in town. Jerry should have brought that goddamn Stevens guy with his motherfucking hand. Check this out. But he ended up getting better in 1990 and 1991. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Mr. Norville a little later. But man, hell no. I'm telling you right now, you see how the media was talking to Jimmy. I'm giving you the game in 89. That motherfucker wasn't fucking with him. Man, they ain't believing what the fuck you preaching. What the fuck does this do? This ain't fucking Miami. This ain't a fucking whatever the fuck. This ain't Big East. They was in the Big East. This ain't fucking Big East football. Nigga, this ain't NFL. The fuck you finna accomplish? That's what people thinking, man. They wasn't co-signing this motherfucker. That's why I talk about that's the game called turn a motherfucker. I'd rather motherfucker to hate me on sight and then love me later. But
heard that there might be a chance that this might happen. I called around. I said, what are the particular rules on movement within the league? Well, you know, what are the parameters? You know, what do I need to do? You know, what is the procedure? I don't claim to know all the rules and regulations within the NFL. In time, I will. But that's why I made calls. As far as talking to Gil Brandt, I have not talked to Gil Brandt in over 2 weeks. And so that's completely erroneous as far as me talking to Gil Brandt.
These calls you made to find out about the rules, why wasn't at least one of those calls to Tex Schramm or Tom Landry? Or at least as prepared as you are, help Jerry Jones and other people understand.
That ain't his lane to be called. At the time, he used to be a football coach of the Miami Hurricanes. He has no business to be talking to fucking Tex Schramm and fucking Tom Landry. What the fuck is you talking about, Dale Hassan? That's above his pay grade, man. Jerry ain't on. He ain't got no conversation with them. I gotta say how I see it. You know, in the perspective of this game, he ain't got no conversations for them motherfuckers. They run an NFL team, running college, man. Nah, they're not college procrastination like that. He's talking to people he's supposed to talk to. He's talking to assistant coaches and shit. That's who he talks to. He's not finna get out of order and shit and talking to motherfuckers. Jerry didn't have a team yet. Jerry got to get the team before he and talk to these guys. And he ain't got to really talking to them because we understood what was going down the pecking order of the Cowboys. Jimmy Johnson actually was a pseudo general manager. He was in charge of the talent picking. Jerry Jones was in charge of contract negotiations. Because Jimmy Johnson will tell you in a documentary down the line that's going to be in the documentary. He's going to tell you. Okay? Told you in the football life on the NFL Network that he's not going to be the guy to tell you to go play like $1 million and get you into negotiations and say you ain't worth $1 million. He said he's not going to be that guy. He's going to pick the talent. That's what it was. That's why it worked. Because Jerry Jones was just general manager name. But the real pseudo general manager was Jimmy Johnson. He had full autonomy of the team. He cut players, draft players, and pick players. Jerry signed the players. That was the picking order in Dallas. Jimmy was really the pseudo, was really the everything in that time. What he say went. Jerry did balance that fucking checkbook and come out that motherfucker and talk about, yeah, we got to get this player signed, man. We working this player. So Jerry been in contract negotiations since '89. This ain't nothing new. That was the pecking order in town. Worked perfectly. Jerry didn't have to worry about picking talent. Jimmy did. Jerry do just sign the talent, man. Get them in the back room, man. Tell them some bitches. That's why Jerry said he can go straight with the players. Because what he do, he believe in going to the player, find what the player want, get the player to agree to the deal. The agent come in that motherfucker, he can put the fine print in the deal. Jerry been doing this shit since '89. Jerry been signing and playing players since '89, since he walked in the fucking door. That's why Jerry look at you niggas like, what you talking about? I've been doing this fucking shit. But when he had Jimmy together, it was perfect. Because now you got the owner and general manager, and we go to the Jerry and say, hey, I want this player. He ain't got to worry about having to go to the general manager, then go to Jerry. So I want this player. General manager said, man, nah, we ain't getting it. I'm not going to the owner talking about this guy. Because he could be a guy that has issues. Like Charles Haley. Yeah, he had issues. Nigga was a lunatic. Right? So, Jimmy said, I need that guy. All right. Just like how they got Dennis Rodman. That's like Charles Haley was. Now, Dennis Rodman got to the Bulls, that was Charles Haley. Before Dennis Rodman. He went to the Bulls. That's how they needed it. And I give you a little bit. That's how I did it. We need a pass rusher. We need to go to the quarterback. We can pass rush your way. Called him, made that phone call, made that deal with them goddamn 49ers. 49ers thought they was getting rid of a problem. They did. How do you think Dallas got Charles Haley? Because after 91, nobody believed the Cowboys was serious. I'm going to tell you the mindset of the 92 shit. I'm going to tell you the mindset. Nobody in 92, in the beginning of 92 was pumping up no Super Bowl. Super Bowl wouldn't even have to be mentioned in that locker room. You better not be talking no Super Bowl in that goddamn locker room. You ain't never made it no Super Bowl. You ain't got a right to talk about it. You couldn't spell Super Bowl in that locker room in 92, nigga. They just wanted to be dominant every week. That's their goal. Whoop ass every week. Week 1, week 17, we kicking ass. We get to the playoffs, we got to feel it. Now we got to take our ass out to San Francisco. Now they earn the right to say the word Super Bowl. That was the mindset Jimmy Johnson put in that fucking town. They wasn't talking Super Bowl 91, my nigga. They wasn't talking Super Bowl 92, my nigga. I'm talking about in the official start day of his NFL season and campaign. March of goddamn in 1992, he wasn't no Super Bowl talking. He was just talking about getting better. Talking about being a dominant football team. Going out there and stealing wheel on opponents every fucking week. We watched every game, man. We weren't even thinking about Super Bowl. We was just like, we were whooping ass. We weren't even thinking about it. And they would come in there and have press conference after the game, and they would ask them about Super Bowl. We can't, nah. We don't utter that word here. We can't spell the word. We can't spell that word here. We don't know nothing about it. Jimmy Johnson's motto at that 92 season, you had to earn the right to say the word Super Bowl in this fucking in the locker room. Better not hear it. So when they went out to San Francisco on that motherfucking championship Sunday in 1992 in January of 93, and they went up there and beat them motherfuckers 34-20 or whatever they whooped their ass by. Hell fucking a rookie named Kevin Smith, hell goddamn Jerry Rice, the one catch. They said after the goddamn game, Kevin Smith said, "What's up, what's up?" Jerry flipped him off. A rookie embarrassed the shit out of goddamn Jerry Rice that day. That day. Made Jerry Rice look like an average wide receiver. That day. We know he ain't. That day. That's all that mattered. And that's when the goddamn moniker came. That day. How about? So you don't know about the mindset. You just know about the stories and shit. And they'll tell you a little bit. They ain't gonna really tell you hardcore mindset. They can't give you the secrets. What I know is, if I was a big platform, I asked them the secrets. I said, I remember that 92. Would y'all talk Super Bowl 92? Would y'all allowed to utter that shit? And you'd be like, well, we knew. Different thing knowing. Different thing feel, but you're talking. They talking in the meetings. Or they talking about being dominant every week. Building up a resume. And getting into a plateau where you ain't got no choice but to say it. Because you're in it. After that, it's over. You've been there. So the next season in 93, of course, you are the expectations has been set. That's what I mean about properly playing your hand. See, at that time, Jerry wasn't even saying. Jerry in 92 wasn't talking crazy. Jerry was talking about every week getting better. Every week being dominant. Clapping. Whoop the shoes off this football team. Whoop the shoes off the Eagles. Whoop the shoes off the goddamn Washington Redskins. Whoop the shoes off the Giants. Whoop the shoes out of Denver. They had their, yeah. Whoop the shoes out of goddamn Seattle. Whoop the shoes off of these niggas, man. Jimmy Jerry wasn't out here talking that damn Super Bowl shit. He talking it now. After they won that first one, expectation was set. You went out there and accomplished the goal, so now the standard has been set. So you can talk it. I'm gonna tell you, Jerry never reshuffled that deck yet. He still playing with the same hand. Everybody know what color. They know when to fold. They know how to make him blow now. When you got a goddamn dealer, when you got a motherfucking coach. See, I didn't know that. You're not gonna find it. It's gonna be hard to find them archives. I did a little more research. I'd have found them. I just woke up and turned it on. But don't worry about it. We're gonna make this better. We're gonna have more in-depth shit to better for you. But I'm just telling you this game. I'm just putting it down the way it was. Not just romanticizing that's going on. I don't romanticize, bro. I tell you what's really going on. Because I look like an idiot romanticizing 30 years. Like I said, if they didn't put that documentary on, I wouldn't even be talking about these motherfuckers. But ain't that what's going on right now? Ain't that what y'all watching on Netflix? Netflix is the #1 goddamn show on Netflix right now. You bitch ass haters watching them motherfuckers. It ain't about the lovers. You haters watching that bullshit. You niggas that don't like them goddamn Cowboys watching that bullshit. And I'm calling it bullshit because in your fucking opinion, it's some bullshit. So you watching trash, bitch ass nigga. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. It ain't about me watching it and our fan base watching it. Because actually it opened up wounds to real diehard Cowboy fans. I don't like that it's really out there. I don't really want y'all. It ain't a story that goddamn that I like. I live that shit, bro. I'm not like these new niggas. I'm an Xer, nigga. I live that shit. I knew where the fuck I was. And 94 when that whole ass shit went down, man. I remember my mind state at 94 in the NFC Championship. I knew if I had Jimmy Johnson 94, Deion didn't fucking matter. We have ran over, you know why? We'd have ran that ball down their fucking throat so it wouldn't have fucking mattered. Jimmy would have compounded that. Okay, you got Deion? Okay, I know what to do. I flood that mother. I line triple ups and flood that hoe. Do 3-by-1 over there. Flood that hoe. Flex out a tight end. I gotta do something. I gotta funnel shit to Deion. And force that motherfucker to tackle and shit. Force that motherfucker to have to fight through screens and all kind of shit they could have done. Obvious what they could have done that day. They turned the ball over 3 times that day. And Cowboy fans was like, we knew it was gonna be trouble that day. We knew when we went into San Francisco that day it was gonna be problems. We all knew it. We all knew it, man. We didn't have that. I didn't have that confidence feeling in 92 and 93 when we played. I knew it was gonna be all this sucker in 94. I knew it was gonna be hell. I knew that the 49ers were ready. You know who intimidated them motherfuckers? You know who they was actually scared of? I'm gonna show you they were afraid of. They couldn't fuck with that guy.
Understand what Tom Landry means to people who grew up in Texas, so that he would have at least gotten a phone call, because you were making, as you said, several calls.
I had that kind of lead.
George Stephen was never going to out coaching. George Stephen was never going out coaching. He was going to never out motivate. George Stephen was the head coach at the time. Was going to never out motivate the 49ers over the Dallas Cowboys. Because Jimmy Johnson knew what buttons to push. He knew what to tell the team at the right time. He told the motherfuckers the year before when they had to come to Dallas for the NFC Championship game, the night before the game, Friday before the game, got on a radio station, said, put it in 3 years later, we will win. Basically said, you motherfuckers ain't come here and do a mother. You will never beat me, bitch. So if Jimmy Johnson came back in 94, that game wouldn't even been in San Francisco. Wouldn't even been there. He'd have made sure we beat them hoes and win the tiebreaker. Because I think that year, what was the record? Dallas was 12-4. I think 49ers was either 13-3 or something like that. I think they might have went 14-2. I'll look it up. 94, 49ers. And I'm just telling you, man, the mindset that man had. They'd had a game plan for that Deion shit, bro. They would go. Jimmy went after Deion, bro. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. bro. Deion probably would have got hurt in that game, dog. Jimmy on the sideline, they ain't fucking. This nigga ain't finna get it. This nigga ain't finna stop me. Ain't no one man stopping me. And he actually, that one man stopped Dallas. When Dallas was coming back, that man made 3 plays to keep Dallas out of it. It wasn't. So, yeah, Deion changed the game for the 49ers. Getting Deion out of the 49ers helped out. If that man was on the sideline, I don't give a damn what you say. I don't give a fuck who you tell it to. He'd had a game plan to shut that whole ass shit down. That nigga would have had, it'd have been reversals coming at that nigga. They'd have been sending everything at that nigga that day. That nigga gonna have that. They was gonna wear his ass out. That was gonna make Deion and goddamn. Deion's a football player. Don't get me wrong. They was gonna exalt that nigga. They were coming. Man, they been running crown of trays, nigga ceiling, boy, right out to that nigga, going right out there, boy. They'd have had goddamn. They would have had Eric Williams going to find that nigga, bro. That's the kind of coach. That's the kind of coach that Jimmy was. Oh, you got an X factor. We coming after that nigga. We finna go in, nigga. We run this ball 30, 40 times, nigga. We ain't worrying about beating you in no air today. Fuck the air, bitch. We don't give a fuck about it. Hey, Aikman Irvin, don't worry about it. Irvin, block that nigga today. I want you to beat the shit out of Deion today, boy. You blocking today. That's the kind of coach Jimmy was. Give a fuck about you going and get no special nigga on no Jimmy, man. Jimmy was smash mouth football. We ran the ball 30 times a goddamn week. He believed in still in beating your goddamn ass. So you so damn tired in the 4th quarter, nigga. And that play action pop off, nigga. Them safeties got to come up now. Now you getting the bombs to Iowa Hall. That's why when he threw the slant, nigga, the linebacker still got to watch Emmett. So he, ball right over there. Boom, he running. Now, will you throw a slant on Deion? Absolutely not. You're not throwing this shit on him. You'll pick that shit off. So, Jerry, no. We're going to wear this nigga out. Because in 1992, Jimmy played the goddamn Atlanta Falcons. They went down there. Emmett had a $175. Mike Irvin had a $170, had a $169. Jimmy knew how to play that shit, nigga. Jimmy knew how to goddamn go after that nigga. You know what Dallas ran? They ran a lot of sweeps. They ran a lot of counter trades to get the ball outside. So the help they was trying to, how they was trying to rotate the coverage to one side. Walk that bastard on down here, bro. Don't give a fuck about you rotating coverage to one side. Fuck that, bro. You can't rotate coverage to one side. I'll be a running team. You run the ball down your fucking throat. That shit ain't gonna fucking work. You walking that nigga down. We gonna funnel shit behind motherfucking Deion. We finna clear shit out. We gonna run Deion down the field. Trademan know how to goddamn pit back. Huh? You squat, he going after you. You ain't got no choice but to bail, sir. Ball come right under. That man ain't gonna. That wasn't gonna happen with that man on the sideline. And when we watched that goddamn game, we see Deion do what he did. We knew. We knew Barry Switzer wasn't ready for this shit, bro. Rookie head coach in the NFL? No. George Sippy going to out coach him. We knew it was going to be, we knew what had to happen. They lean more, you know. No, man. We wasn't confident like we were. Nigga, 92 at 92, we wasn't worrying about shit, nigga. The Dallas Cowboy fan base was just like the Chicago Bull fan base was. Our Michael Jordan was this guy. Because we know you're not out coaching this motherfucker. You ain't out coaching this guy. You're not going to out goddamn motivate. You're not going to get in the playoffs and beat him. You're not, nah. It wasn't happening, bro. Them motherfucking niggas was like rabid dogs, nigga. They was coming in that bitch to devour you, nigga. You had to come on with it, bro. If they found any goddamn weakness in your armor, nigga, you're done. That's why I don't even trip on 94. That was that motherfucker about. He was all about big game. He was about big game coaching, man. That's what he does. He didn't play with you, nigga. But Kid Jimmy, you can be you. White House was going on with that nigga there. Niggas was smoking dope, snorting dope, fucking whole. They were doing whatever they wanted to do. But what they better be at, you got to treat me, you better be at that goddamn motherfucker facility at 6:30. If you ain't got to treat me, you better be at that goddamn facility at 7:30. 7 o'clock for treatment, 8 o'clock for first meetings. That's all Jimmy cared about. And you bring your A game and you goddamn go in and you go to work and you ain't goddamn and you get ready to dominate on Sundays and Mondays. That's all the time you played with Sundays and Mondays back then. You didn't have no Sunday night football. I think they just start breaking Sunday night football in there, but Sundays and Mondays. You better be ready to go. No excuses over her. That's what Jimmy was preaching, nigga. And for you niggas talking about Jimmy wouldn't work today, bullshit. Jimmy age today, no. That Jimmy Johnson that was 47 years old came in the league today, he winning. First of all, he know what talent look like. He know what the fuck he want. He know what he need. That man picked talent in that town. Every player from 89 to 1990 motherfucking 3. All his players. Picked every last one of them motherfuckers. Except players that, except, I name it's about 4 players he didn't pick. Kid Norton Jr., Michael Irvin, Nate Newton, Mark Tuinei, Jim Jeffcoat, and Bates. 7 players he didn't have nothing to do with. He didn't draft. But they was good enough to stay on the roster. That mean they bought in. Bill Bates, that was his name. Bill Bates. Special team guru. And Jimmy was about that special teams. He believed in that. So that's what he was about. Defensive genius. Know where to get a great defensive player. From Pinnacle Junction all the way up from goddamn Main Street, all the way down there to motherfucking Longhorn, Florida. He didn't give a fuck where the nigga was. One thing that Jimmy knew, he knew where the nigga was. And what Jimmy drafted, he wanted niggas, bro. He wanted niggas. That's what he drafted. You wasn't no nigga, he ain't want you. Don all niggas in Dallas is Mike Irvin, the Don mega nigga. Jimmy go get niggas. We got Larry Allen. We get Larry Allen regardless. You know, we ain't playing. Jimmy didn't give a fuck about that bullshit. You nigga could tell another lot of another motherfucker. I'm telling you what's going on, boy. This ain't no hindsight, nigga. This what went down. Jimmy came in, that motherfucker, man, talking about we been to get it done, boy. That Herschel Walker trade. Yeah, but he did something with the talent, nigga. He knew what the fuck he was looking for. Nigga, he got Russell Maryland, got Emmitt Smith off that fucking deal. Got goddamn Eric Williams and goddamn me, Alvin Harper. Niggas came in Dallas, made play, man. They had roles and shit. Niggas played their roles. Darren Woodson, Brock Marions. Got James Washington out the trade. I think got James Washington out of a trade. Went and traded for Thomas Everett. That was in 1992. Called Pittsburgh up and said, let me get the Thomas Everett out for you. Then they gave it like a 5th round, I think a 6th round pick or something like that for him. Thomas Everett used to goddamn decapitate motherfucking kneecap. That's what his game was. Tear your shins up, nigga. That nigga was a shin banger. He take it forward, hit you in the shin and shit. Hit hard hitting motherfucker. They had like 3 rotations. They had a rotation safety, three. So they had gang safeties, dog. All them safeties was good. They had Ray Horton, James Washington, Everett, Woodson, interchangeable niggas, strong and free. Ray Horton was the free, and they had 3 strong safeties. Well, and James Washington was a free, so they had depth. They were too deep at every position on defense. Interchangeable parts. Keep them fresh. Number 1 defense, nobody made the Pro Bowl. You know why? Because there's so many players, man. There wasn't no one player that's dominating. All players made plays. You know. They are Haley that made the Pro Bowl. He only had 8 sacks. They had over 60 pressures. Tony Tolbert on the other side got 13. But they ain't take him seriously because they know I ain't got him, so the writers weren't gonna put him in. So he didn't make it. Jeff Carter, nigga, had like 6 sacks. So total, man, Dallas had like 50 sacks that season. They were sacking quarterbacks, they were blitzing, they were doing all kinds of shit, dog. They were happy. They had 2 corners. Nigga had a 12th round pick corner named Larry Brown. Shit had goddamn me goddamn Kevin Smith known as Puck. I forgot who the 3rd corner was. I think it was Clayton Holmes / Ronnie Kendall Gant. They ain't play. They had rabid dogs out there, boy. They came out there ready to go. Them some bitch was hungry, nigga. They was coming to kick, motherfucker. They was coming to kick ass, take names on Jimmy, dog. They wasn't playing. They were unforgiving, bro. They didn't give a fuck about you, nigga. Give a fuck what your name was. They didn't give a fuck who you was about. See, this is what I mean by the mishandling of the Dallas Cowboys by the owner. He never brought this mindset back to this town. He didn't bring a 46-year-old mindset back to this town. He been bringing 50-year-old motherfuckers. He brought young motherfuckers, but they didn't have the mindset of this man. They didn't have the mindset where they coming in the motherfuckers saying we coming in here to kick ass. They had a mindset when we come to this motherfucker and when they lose, that nigga said he stand in the press conference telling the world, I need playmakers in Dallas. If I gotta cut a nigga every week, he didn't say nigga, but I gotta cut a motherfucker every week, boy, to get me a playmaker. I'm gonna give me a playmaker in this town. Jimmy Johnson gonna tell you, boy, go out there and play like that. They're gonna take that goddamn ring and shove it up your ass sideways. He ain't playing. He tell the goddamn people, man, out today, hey man, we ain't getting it done. Jimmy Johnson, goddamn me, you know, like Michael Jordan wouldn't let Horace Grant eat. Jimmy Johnson did the same goddamn thing. He did it in 1992. I think Horace Grant happened in 93. Jordan copied that motto from Jimmy, man. Same mindset. Football, your head coach got to have the mindset. Basketball, your leader your player got to have the mindset. And another motherfucker that had the same mindset as Jimmy Johnson was Troy Aikman. Well, around here, nothing, man. Coming that motherfucker bullshit with Troy Aikman, man, he gonna hit you in the back of your head with that football, bro. He ain't playing. That's the next goddamn documentary coming up. Next goddamn Aikmania. Ain't gonna tell you the game of Aikman. Victor Aikman was a goddamn white supremacist in Dallas. Oh yeah, you thought everybody like Aikman? People hate Aikman, man. They ain't like him. People thought Steve Walsh was the guy. I knew better than that nigga. When I see Troy Aikman, that nigga never got no smile on his face. That's my type of quarterback. I like that motherfucker was mean some people. Troy Aikman was eating it. Troy Aikman had no numbers. He ain't about no numbers. It's about winning, man. No, how Brady did in his first 3 Super Bowls, that was Aikman numbers. Run the football. Remember New England Patriots when they won and won? 3 and 4? What they do? Ran the football, dog. Play defense. That was Jimmy Johnson's motto. Did you watch Bill Belichick Football Life? Say who's number 1 guy he used to talk to? Jimmy. Spygate, who the first dude who do Spygate? Jimmy. Jimmy just didn't get caught. Jimmy talked about it in sports life. Yeah, I used to do that. It didn't really work. Yeah, it did. Jimmy both said it worked. Mindset never came back to Dallas. That's what Jerry fucked up. He never brought this mindset back to this town. Cowboys is a different organization. We gonna get the best out of motherfuckers every week, bro. Jimmy knew that. You gonna get the better. We're gonna bring the breath at you. Mm-hmm. We coming to murder you, man. We coming to massacre you, nigga. We coming to take your fucking life. That's what we coming to do. We coming to beat your goddamn ass down. We ain't coming to win. We coming to dominate. So while you coming to hope to win, you better hope we turn the ball over 5 times, nigga. You better hope we have a goddamn bad day. You better hope you better hope we too confident. You better hope that because we the Cowboy, we great. You better hope we ain't motivated. You better hope that we ain't goddamn ready to motherfucking whoop your goddamn ass. Ain't nowhere in hell we going to San Francisco and think you ain't getting the best out of us, nigga. San Francisco didn't know they was coming to get in 1992 when we came out there. They thought we were happy to be there. I remember that day. I was confident that day. I remember 92, boy, when I remember that January 92 over there on Nabi. We walked that bitch. We were talking about, man, them Cowboys, man. I said, them Cowboys for the whoop ass day. Cowboy whoop ass taking that today. They got a chance to be elected. Nigga, they were Roddy Piper that day. They were legend killing that day. There was some, yeah. Perfect example of goddamn me, Jimmy. Roddy motherfucking Piper. The legend killer, nigga. Nigga, the Niner killer, nigga. You remember when goddamn Niners came in 90, beat the shit out of us. Never a goddamn again. You'll never beat me no more, ho. But look what happened now. We can't beat the Niners, nigga. Couldn't beat the Niners in 22. We couldn't beat the Niners in 22. We couldn't beat the Niners in 21. Couldn't beat the Niners in 22. You know what make me sick losing them hoes? You know what make me sick hearing 49er fans talk shit? They ain't done a goddamn thing. They can beat me. They couldn't beat this motherfucker to save their goddamn life. That was the greatest day. Shannon Sharp tell you every day. The greatest day in the NFL is when this man in March of 1994 told the world he ain't no longer being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Green Bay, San Francisco, and the Denver Broncos were the most happiest franchises in the NFL ever. Because they knew they weren't going to never beat this nigga. because he was down, because he knew how to motivate his football team. He did it during the season, goddammit. He know when to take something away. He know when to goddamn me tell it. He knew how to use the media. He knew how to that motherfucker was a master motivator and manipulator, master motivator of the goddamn players and master manipulator of the media. He knew how to manipulate that media. He knew how to goddamn, he knew that you had to he knew how to goddamn beat the Niners. They don't play angry. They play control. So I said, we will win. You know, they're going to be mad. We play angry. You don't play that way. So when Barry Switzer came in, he didn't want to be Jimmy. He wanted to be Barry. That's how the Niners got it. He couldn't beat the Niners, save his life. Couldn't be the Niners, save his life, nigga. He had a losing record against the Niners, nigga. Every time he played them, the Niners whooped Dallas' ass. Even when they got Deion, the Niners were still whooping Dallas' ass. Dallas couldn't beat them. Dallas couldn't beat the 49ers no more. But Jimmy knew how to motivate. He knew he had to go talk shit to them niggas over there. So during the week, he just got out there and talk crazy about the Niners. We'll win. Confident. We do what we supposed to do. Don't have a chance. That's how he used to talk about the Niners in the Niner week, bro. He didn't respect the Niners, bro. He knew if you respect the Niners, that's how they beat you. If you disrespect them, they get angry. They don't play well when they get angry. They're a control team, you know, as long as you not really, no, you not. You gotta have talent now. You can't be a bullshit team and have no fucking talent and talk shit to them. You can get your ass whooped. But if you had talent, you had niggas that knock your quarterback head off. Motherfucker that put a forearm shift in your throat. Motherfuckers there with me. Jimmy Johnson didn't allow you to respect. You don't go out there respect no point. You go out there and you do what you got to do, nigga. Or your ass out of here. You got to bite that motherfucker, claw that motherfucker. You know how Dan Campbell talking about biting claw? Problem with Dan Campbell, he overcoached. Jimmy never overcoached. He knew when to call a trick play on your ass. He knew when to call it. He ain't gonna call no trick play, man, for no reason, nigga. Kick that ball up to him, make the motherfuckers do something. Make the motherfuckers travel into the field and shit. Don't get them motherfuckers no short field. We don't do dumb shit over here. That's the mindset that man had over there. Jimmy Johnson played that shit in this town. But see, in 89, they didn't know that man had that kind of mentality. He didn't have that kind of talent. He had the mentality when he walked in. He told motherfuckers, get out my field. He told them motherfuckers, you're gonna be this. I'm gonna give you somebody that will. You know how you remember when Seattle was cutting motherfuckers? Jimmy was doing the same thing in Cat Dallas. That's why we know the cutting motto is when Pete Carroll was in Seattle. Remember they was cutting niggas and they was trading all them motherfuckers away. They trade over 100 players coming in and out there, rotating players. That Jimmy Johnson game, boy. Wasn't fucking around. Mm-mm. That's the mindset that was going on at the time. And Jerry misplayed his hand in the NFL meeting in 1994. Jimmy and Jerry was having a little rift. All Jerry had to do was leave Jimmy alone. Leave him alone. Let that motherfucker March, let that April come, get to the draft. Crap player, let Jimmy do Jimmy do. Let Jimmy cheat, let Jimmy mad. Jimmy was still pissed off. Jimmy was mad. He was mad. He was mad about that image shit. So he looked at Jimmy, he looked at Jerry a little different. Jimmy said, nigga, in that 1993 season, he said, my season shouldn't have been coming down in no fucking East Weather, New Jersey, nigga. Because guess what happened? Emmett got hurt in that game. So Jimmy was like, just sign this motherfucker one more time. We go 1-1 in those first 2 games. Guess what? Emmett ain't playing in that fucking game. Yeah, Emmett won MVP because of that game. Jimmy wasn't thinking about that shit, dog. He's thinking about. They had a bye week, so Emmett had a week to heal. And they was able to get that shoulder where it was manageable. And he was able to move it. And he was still taking Novocaine and all that, and he had to play with that fucked up shoulder. So when he won that Super Bowl, man, against the Bills in '93, he was like, my season ain't gonna come down to that bullshit, my nigga. So Jimmy was hot. He was happy to win, but he was like, just over here could not have happened. Because somebody misplayed their fucking hand, man. So Jimmy was hot. Because Jimmy had to tell that motherfucker after I think they lost to the Buffalo Bills. That's who they lost to. Lost to the Buffalo Bills. In Rich Stadium. He told goddamn Jerry, get him in here now. Quit fucking around. Signed him to that 3-year, $15 million deal. He made $5 million a year. Highest paid running back in the league. Jerry said, "What Super Bowl now?" No, sir. That ain't the point, sir. That 3-year, $5 million deal could have been signed in fucking July. That's when it went down. Fucking with this team, man. I ain't got time for this bullshit. The nigga can play. Pay him. So everybody talks about the fucking situation that happened when Jerry said, no, what pissed Jimmy off when Jimmy wanted out, nigga, when he was entertaining Jacksonville and motherfuckers like that because of that image shit, nigga. He don't talk about it. He won't say it. But at the time, everybody knew he was image shit, nigga. That's why Jimmy wasn't playing, man. He was mad. He didn't care about that. He glad he won, but he like, he ain't gonna do it his way. You know how Jerry want to do it his way? Jimmy couldn't do it his way. They ended up having home field. They ended up having home field throughout and everything. They ended up accomplishing everything they wanted to accomplish. But nah, I think Jimmy realized he probably could have went undefeated, bro. That's what I think he was thinking in his mind. I think in his goal, in his mind, if he'd have got Emmett in there, I think he'd have had a motivation to go undefeated, my nigga. And might not accomplish it. But that's what he'll never tell it. But he thinking that I think he was trying to do that. I think he was trying to do that. But see, Jimmy was competing with something. He wasn't competing with the NFL. He was competing with Jordan, nigga. He wanted to have as many rings as Jordan, but goddamn Jerry said, nah. Jerry said, see, he wanted the 3-peat, but Jerry wanted to do it his way. See, the key to that is Jimmy wanted to do it his way, and Jerry wanted to do it his way. That was the fucking problem. But Jimmy actually earned the right to do it his way. And all Jerry had to do was chill, dog. All Jerry had to do was pay that Emmitt Smith, nigga. He paid Emmett on time, nigga. This Michael Parsons shit don't count, nigga. We don't give a fuck about that. Michael Parsons ain't won shit in this town. He's not comparable to no Emmitt Smith. Fuck you talking about? Emmitt Smith is a Hall of goddamn Famer, nigga. All-time leading rusher. 5-time, damn near 6-time rushing champ. Michael Parsons ain't won no sack championship yet, nigga. Mark ain't led the league in sacks yet. Yeah, this guy motherfucker coaching me would. That's what fucked the relationship up between Jimmy and Jerry, man. It was about the field of play. It wasn't about the fucking liking each other, nigga. It was about you, yo fucking bull, yo misplaying that fucking hand, motherfucker. What happened if he'd have came back? He could have got hurt. He did get hurt. What happened if they broke that damn shoulder, nigga? Dallas wouldn't have won no Super Bowl. Dallas was lucky, man. They're the only team to go 0-2, win the Super Bowl. Jimmy, that ain't no damn badge of honor. Jimmy don't like that shit. Jimmy down there had a heart attack that year, dog. He probably took 2 years off his goddamn life expectancy, nigga. That's why Jimmy went on, got out the league at 99, so he get a life expectancy back up. That's what tore that damn dynasty down. The shit Jerry doing today. It don't matter now. Dallas ain't winning shit no way. Give a fuck. You pay the nigga on time or don't pay it. You ain't got that kind of mindset coaching that fucking team right there. Brian Schottenheimer ain't got that fucking mindset. He don't have that goddamn intimidation factor. He don't have that master motivation factor. He don't know how to use no media. Bill Parcells knew how to use it. You know what Jerry made a mistake at? He had no business touching T.O. He could have traded for fucking Randy Moss. Because Randy Moss, he gonna go do his job. T.O., he gonna bitch and complain. Don't get me wrong with T.O. fun in Dallas. Yes, he was. He did his job, but guess what? He was never around in the playoffs. I would Philly learn. He ended up coming back and shit, but every time he gets to the playoffs, he get hurt every goddamn time. Have a dominant regular season. Playoffs, he get hurt. So we get in the playoffs, we ain't getting the TO that we had in September, in October, and November, and beginning of January. He get hurt. Fuck his ankle off. You know, he have Steph Curry ankles and shit, you know. Just being real. That's how the Giants got us in 07. Because that fucking season in 07, the X factor in them Giant games was Terrell Owens. Caught 5 touchdowns. I think he caught what? He caught 5 touchdowns in the game. He got 2 in Dallas. He caught 3 in New York. He destroyed them. So when Romo got back, that's why they tried to run the ball that day. Because they didn't have they had 100% TO. So they tried to shorten the game and end up backfiring on them. Well, you had a Randy Moss. Probably different story. He probably don't get hurt. He probably healthy. And they would have been in trouble. And Bill Parcells probably would have had him than Terrell Owens. But he played when he get ready. Let me tell you something. Bill Parcells will get you ready to play football. Don't worry about that. That's what the coach for. But we already had TO, and then fucking Randy Moss get traded for 3rd or 4th round draft pick. And get what? Jerry, you and Randy Moss ain't had a ring when you had a chance to draft him. That actually was the match made in heaven. Actually, another misplayed hand. Would have saved your legacy and that would make people forget about this man was Randy Moss in 1998. Because guess what? Minnesota Vikings was irrelevant as fuck. They just a team that put up numbers and couldn't win shit. Because we don't take that motherfucker when we supposed to take it with the 6th pick overall in the draft in 1998. Or, you know, because we traded down to somebody would have realized and they would have got us. We made Minnesota a problem. Another misplayed. He had a hand, had an ace. He folded. He folded with a goddamn royal flush, man. He folded with a royal flush. That was the goddamn ace, boy. Another misplayed hand. What another misplayed situation? 1994. remember that draft. That was Steven Jackson. We get a call from Buffalo. I said, oh, goddamn, man. Boy, Buffalo don't call our ass up, man. We taking Steven Jackson, bro. And Buffalo called our ass, nigga. I remember that in 94, in that 04 season, dog. Buffalo was like 1-6. It was like 1-5 or something like that. Feel like they finna have the worst record in football. Drew Bledsoe was on the squad. Yeah, they better work record in football. Yeah, you know. But man, I wake up, them niggas finish 8-8. I don't know who the player was in 05. I can look up number one player. I don't know what was number one in 05. I forgot. But I'm mad as hell. I wanted Steven Jackson. Took Julius Jones, got teased by that nigga. That nigga was shit. Misplayed your hand there. Nah, ain't no trade. Take Steven Jackson, getting the hell out this draft. Because one thing I knew, what I used to tell niggas on Sirius NFL radio back in the day, I said, we get this guy, because I knew Romo was there, so we get Steven Jackson, we don't get on field now. They take Steven Jackson, Romo probably would have started in 04. They would have ran the ball, let Romo play. But when I know they didn't take him, I said, Romo ain't going to play. Misplayed the hand now. Didn't play Romo early enough, in my opinion. Romo should have been the starter in 04. They playing Hanson, these other motherfuckers. Romo ain't playing. Why you playing these other bums? You bringing all these other bitch ass niggas in there, you ain't playing Romo? Because if you play Romo in 04, Drew Bledsoe don't touch this 10 in 05. That's the year that we go throw away and we probably win number 8. We probably go 6-10. Misplay hand again. Them give me all the misplay hand by Jerry Jones. It'll goddamn hit it that nigga. No, it's misplayed play. Was a trade. Was a trade. For Roy Williams. I hated that trade. I was pissed. I did not want that guy to save money. I did not want him. We just paid Terrell Owens. What we trading for Roy for? I said, oh, God. They tried to hedge their bets against Terrell Owens. They finna get ready to get Terrell Owens out of here. And they didn't even trade for him, but they ended up having a guy that was already on the roster that was a pseudo number one, we would say. They had Miles Austin already on the roster, so they could have kept their big. You know what that cost us? Cost us a center named Max Unger, and cost us that Clay Matthews nigga. That's who we would have took at those picks. Our center would have been complete, and we would have had a motherfucker opposite of DeMarcus Webb. And there, right there, that dude ended up getting the ring. Missing ring right there. That's what they was just trying to fuck with this Anthony Spencer nigga and shit. That nigga was trash. They was just trying to focus Anthony Spencer and this nigga. Never show up in the playoffs. I'm gonna tell you, the missing opportunities up top of my motherfucker head. No cue cards, no nothing. Misplayed hand again. Traded for bitch ass niggas we don't need. I'll go back into 2000 when we prayed for Joey Galloway. Know we missed that on? We would have missed out on. Could have got Drew Brees. A lot of players Dallas got that year. I can look at that draft and tell you without that not no draft pick that year they traded for Galloway, traded no one pick for Galloway. Then they traded no one pick for George Galloway, dog. I ain't like that neither. I know people tell me, man, they got Joey Galloway, you think that's good? I said I don't like to give a first round pick. I ain't like that shit. I think they turned that pick, man, and turned it to Sean Alexander. They're just keeping it real, man. They went to a Super Bowl. Seattle did. Sean Alexander was in the backfield. They went Super Bowl. They didn't win it, but they win. Steven Jackson. Who else they miss? 95, man. I can talk about 95, man. They took a nigga. We had a chance to get it. It was a player down at the University of Texas named Tony Brackett. We still had goddamn won the Super Bowl that year, but it ain't about that. I'm talking about I knew ain't about that. Tony Brackett. Nigga was a goddamn sack machine at the University of Texas. He was in the second round. We had a chance to draft that nigga. On the opposite side of goddamn Charles Haley. We take a nigga named Shante Carver, nigga. Over Tony motherfucking Brackett. Misplayed hand card again. Y'all don't know who Tony Brackett is, but he was good for what we needed him to be. We needed because Tony Tolbert was old. We had to move on from Tony Tolbert. I think he ended up getting some money or somewhere to play for somebody else. We needed to replace him. Still had Charles Haley in the building. We need somebody opposite Charles Haley that can goddamn me learn from him and become a sack master just like him probably. Tony Braxton had the skills. I think he ended up being a good sack guy, man. I'm gonna look him up. I'm gonna show you the guy. Shit. Them missed opportunities, man, Dallas had, man. Them missed opportunities, man. That's just shit Jerry done. So I'm gonna talk about the field, man. I don't give a fuck about the personal shit. I'm talking about what Jerry had done wrong, man, in this damn game. The misplays, man. Nothing did no fool. Antoine Winfield Sr. Yeah, just get Antoine Winfield Sr., nigga. We already had drafted Terrence Newman in 03. So we had money, man. You know, so it was under the cap, so we had money. So we had a chance to get goddamn Antoine Winfield Sr. I call that nigga the hit man. That nigga there, boy, hit. So if you ran a sweep, bro, he knocking heads off. So I'm saying, man, we get this goddamn, man. You know, I want to goddamn, man. I said, man, get Antoine Winfield, man. I said, man, get me Antoine Winfield. Man, them niggas go over there, man. Don't even pick. Lost that nigga over $2 million. Jerry over here trying to be cheap with Antoine Winfield. And get what? And next we take a nigga named Anthony Henry. In 07, we played against the Giants. And I remember that shit. I was watching that shit. Amani Toomer catches the football, breaks the tackle, scores a touchdown. I said, Antoine Winfield would have tore that nigga head off. Probably would have got a penalty, but he would have tore that nigga head off, bro. Probably wasn't even caught it, bro. Antoine Winfield Sr. nigga knock heads off a corner nigga and can pick. That's some bitch you come around there fucking around with Antoine, dog. That nigga could tackle. You ain't breaking his tackles, my nigga. I'm watching shit, seeing shit go down. I'm saying Antoine Winfield, because Antoine Winfield, I gotta say senior. Antoine Winfield Sr., nigga. I was pissed the fuck off, boy, because he was with Minnesota. He was still with Minnesota. Because he signed a 5-year deal with Minnesota. So he'd been on the Dallas Cowboys in 04, 05, 06, 07. So he'd been on last year's deal. Second to last year's deal. He never made it to the Super Bowl and shit. You know. Another miss guy. I'm telling you shit I saw. Not a missed opportunity. We had a chance. Back in the early 2013, 2014. We were bringing so we got Ryan Marinelli. So I said, well shit, he believe in 3 technique. Didn't have one. There's 3 technique out there. Dominican Sue. I said, man, we gotta get Dominican Sue, man. We can get goddamn rush up the gut, the defense will be set. Because we got Rob Marinelli as a goddamn guy in town. They'll go get him. What do we do? We don't need to be running this Tampa 2 shit. You ain't got no 3 technique. You can't run that fucking shit. You can't run it. Oh, mad, boy. All right. I said, you can't run that shit without that nigga. That nigga was free. I said, Jerry don't go get the baddest nigga in the game. That's what I mean by Jerry. He don't go get the baddest niggas in the game. He got the baddest nigga in Dion. He ain't never got the baddest niggas no more. He stopped getting the baddest niggas at the time, man. Man, Dominican Sue was the #1 defensive player in the league at the time, nigga. Everybody knew that nigga was a bad motherfucker. That nigga was a dirty motherfucker, mean son of a bitch. He had to go down to Miami and bullshit. Then he go over there to goddamn, then he go over there to goddamn me. Then he go over there, hook up with the goddamn Rams. You know, he go to the Super Bowl. You know, didn't win it. I think he didn't win it that year. I think he ended up coming back to the Rams or something like that, and he ended up going to Tampa Bay winning it. He got 2 Super Bowls. He ended up coming back to the Rams. He ended up staying with the Rams and won the Super Bowl in 2021. Then he left the Rams with the Tampa Bay, won Super Bowl in goddamn 20 and 21. I think he ended up winning 2 Super Bowls. That's what I mean by I caught it. Because the niggas go get rings. I don't give a fuck. You can't get no, how I lose, he can't get no ring. He can't get no goddamn ring, bro. He better not get no ring. He better not. DeMarcus Lawyer. When you didn't have nobody opposite of DeMarcus Ware, to run the 3rd floor, you got to have somebody opposite of him. You got to have a Carl Banks. You got to have the opposite guy. So he go to Denver and be the opposite guy of fucking Von Miller, and Von Miller able to goddamn clean house. Because DeMarcus Ware was still getting to the passer. Still making plays, still getting back there. You never got that motherfucker DeMarcus Ware, a nigga opposite side of him that could rush too. That's how the 34 works. You got to have 2 outside pass rushers. You have 1 dominant with another way they can whoop their ass too. They can go get you. Somebody going to get the pressure, some going to get the sacks. So that means if Marcus get the pressure, other guys got to be able to get the sacks. If it flips either way. Somebody going to lean the nigga over there. Somebody going to lean the nigga another way. That's how it works. So when you bring them 4 niggas come, you bring them, because they're bringing 5 every time. They're bringing them in different ways and different angles. So the opposite guy of the pass rush be the nigga that he can goddamn cover a little bit. He can goddamn play the zone. But you always bring it. And that's when you flip niggas. On each side, you roam, you flip niggas, so you can do it on another side of the field, tilting fields, doing all kind of shit. We don't go get the nigga. We don't go get that Marcus Ware. They're the opposite side of him. We don't go do it. Parcells would have got him, but when we drafted him, Parcells, in 07, we take Anthony Spencer out of Purdue. He didn't do it. He'll have flashes where he'll go get 3 sacks in a game and then 2 sacks in the game. He'll show flashes and shit. But when we needed that son bitch, he wasn't there. But that nigga didn't do shit in no 7 playoff game. Didn't do shit in 09. He moved around, got rid of his ass. I think he ended up resigning that motherfucker. He didn't do nothing. We got rid of his ass. He ended up moving around. Then we ended up going to a 4-3, so we got the Marcus Ware on. I was smart. That was stupid. Another misplay by Jerry. Because they we could never get an opposite guy. Yeah, because you never even go crazy and get them motherfuckers. Your ass has got them trading for bullshit wide receivers and shit. This is the shit Jerry did, man. These are the reason why we ain't winning shit. Because Jerry don't have the eye for talent like Jimmy did. Jimmy knew what the fuck the guy was. He ain't taking an Anthony Spencer. Nigga, he ain't fucking with that guy. He know the guy ain't got it. He would have sit back and took something else. Probably took offensive lineman. Probably took something else. Probably took a wide receiver. Jimmy would have took a corner. Probably would have took something else. Came back in the late in the draft and found some nigga over there playing at McNeese State or playing over there at HBCU in the goddamn 6th or 7th round. Put him on the roster. Some bitch ended up being Jason Tate. Kirchtown. Fuck out of here, man. That's what we talking about. Missed opportunities. They're not gonna talk about these. They're not gonna talk about it on that documentary. They're not gonna talk about these players I'm talking about. They're not talking about the missed opportunities this man to miss. That's why I tipped up on the little Jerry, little Jimmy shit. I'll go in depth on that later down the week. But at the end of the damn day, Jerry had misplayed his hand since the first day on the team. He's had a cleanup man named Jimmy Johnson that made him look good. And he should have kept it. He never should have pissed that cleanup man off. She left that cleanup man alone. Because all the players that I had named, the Tony Brackens, the Randy Mosses would have been Cowboys, man. Jimmy probably wouldn't have done no trading down. He probably would have stayed right there. Because we probably would have been there in 98. We probably would have been sitting there and we'd have traded up. Jimmy would have said, hold up. So did that pick come? Trade up. Fuck that. Because the mindset of Jimmy actually Jerry in 1998 wanted to draft him, but somebody talked him out of drafting Randy Moss. That shouldn't happen. There's no way that should happen. So that's why he go get T.O. That's why he go trade for Roy Williams. No, it's not. That's not gonna work. You gotta move on from that. You got T.O. off the cheap, so you got T.O. off no negotiation. So we can throw him aside. But them Randy Mosses and them got. Why you didn't go trade for Randy Moss, nigga? Why you didn't go trade for Randy Moss, nigga? Why you just didn't wait till Randy Moss got into shit? Soon as Minnesota got the trip and you come Minnesota, hey, you just trade for him. I'm gonna go get the player I missed out. If you know, what I'm gonna do. I don't do that. I miss him, and as soon as I see some troubles in the water and the media is tripping, hey, what's happening? Yeah, I give you 2. You do know what them picks in where you took a bullshit running back, you ain't do nothing with it. Might would have missed out, you know. You might be able to get the first and the second. So you still be able to get the Marcus Ware in 05. So this is shit I'm talking about. Fuck you talking about? You gonna make up for your sin, make up for the sin you missed. Don't make up for the sin through other niggas. Misplaying your hand again. This gambler always misplayed. He misplayed his hand the whole way, but he had such a great hand, man. He had Jimmy to have poker face. You knew what he had. Is that you folded every time he played. What's up, bitch? I fold. So they folding every time. So he just collected a little money at a time. He ain't getting all the pot at all at one time. He got to play more hands to get all the money to break everybody. He had to play more hands. That's what Jimmy did. He had to play more hands. He ain't had no poker face. He just always had the best cards. He didn't misplay him. He doesn't have the poker face. You knew what Jimmy was coming to do. You knew what Jimmy had in his goddamn hand. There was nothing you could do. What I mean by that, you knew what Dallas was coming to do every Sunday in 92, 93. You knew what they was coming to do. You knew what they was going to do on third down. You know what they was going to do on goddamn. You know what they was going to do. You couldn't do nothing about it. So you had to just keep folding. Try to hope. You just keep folding, hoping that they fuck up, make a mistake. Before you know it, your head blowed out. Before you know it, the game is over. Before you know, you done got broke. Before you know, you don't know what's happening. That was the moral of this live. Jerry, when I played what I played early in this live, Jerry misplayed his hand soon he stepped on his fucking, soon he bought the team, man. He 89, he misplayed how he did it. He was tacky. Then in 90, and then he had to go work to try to get money. So he had to go, they wasn't winning. So they wasn't making no money. So Jerry had to go in that motherfucker and get these goddamn ticket sales up and get this place sold out so he can goddamn you. Because in 92, he was able to do what? Get better deals, get better sponsorship. He ended up getting 100% autonomy over the merchandise of the Dallas Cowboys. He was able to negotiate deals to where he can get the money up, to where, okay, the money was minuscule at the time, but because he had full autonomy ownership of the property of the Dallas Cowboys, he was able to do what? Thanks to Jimmy's winning, blew up. Still love Jimmy today. People still go hope for the Cowboys because they hoping that they can get back to that play. All I always said about Jerry, all Jerry had to do was go get the next best coach. Quit fucking with these bullshit coaches. You need to go get you a good young coach, hard-nosed motherfucker, up-and-coming guy, another Jimmy type of guy. They're going to come to this motherfucker that's going to demand it and know how to goddamn get the most out the player. Because that's what Jimmy did. He get the most out the player, and he had the time on. If you can't get, he get another one to get the most out of. And Jerry, he never replaced it. He tried to patchwork. So he go get Parcells because he knew the fan base was sick of the bullshit. So he patchworked. He's doing patch job. Parcells, he wasn't gonna give us 6 years. He needs 6 years out of Parcells to get to where we wanted to go. He only gave us 4. That was 2 years too short. He did not want Terrell Owens. He didn't want him. He worked with him. Here's a secret. In that 06 season, Dallas got they put Romo in there and they were starting to turn the corner. It was starting to be a good team. They went up to the Giants, man. They went up to the Giants that day and they played them. And they had came back. Philly was good. They beat Philly. You know what I'm saying? So they dominated Washington. So Washington don't count. And they were starting to win. They beat the undefeated Peyton Manning that year. Peyton Manning won Super Bowl that year. Peyton Manning was undefeated. They come to Dallas. We beat them motherfuckers like almost 21 to nothing, but it ended up being 21-7. We dominated Peyton Manning that day. Peyton Manning threw like 3 interceptions. So after that game, Parcells walks into the locker room, man. He finna give him his speech. He finna give his infamous speech. He said, "This is a speech. He know his team got it." He said he keep this in his bag. It ain't canned. It's canned, but it ain't. But it's organic, right? You walk in there, right? You walk in there. And somebody was sleeping the light. Somebody was sleeping in the meeting room. The guy, Parcells didn't want no part of. He said he walked out, and he said that day he knew, I ain't got the team. That's why he retired. He said, I ain't got it. He said, I ain't got it no more. He come off this big ass win. This team. You know how Dallas don't have big wins anymore? That was a big win. Peyton Manning was slaughtering motherfuckers, bro. If you was bullshit ass team, man, you ain't beating no goddamn fucking Peyton Manning, my nigga. Peyton Manning, they whooping ass. They had Tony Dungy. They had everybody over there. Paul says he gonna come with the speech. The speech that was gonna get them ready to know that they ready. I'll give you how I think it would have went. You'd have walked in there and said, gentlemen, that's how he would talk to you. Gentlemen, y'all showed me something yesterday I didn't think y'all had. Y'all showed me something I didn't think y'all had, man. I think we ready. I think that you showed the world yesterday that you ready. Because I believe that team we played is going to be in the Super Bowl. It's on us now to get that rematch. We showed the world we can dominate them motherfuckers. Man fell asleep. He said, hey, I can't. Because the message was for that one guy. For the team, but he wanted to point at that one guy. He thought he had T.O. He thought he had T.O. believing. Because, you know, they go play, you know, he hug him, kiss him. You know, he tried to show him a little love and everything, right? So, you know, he tried to, you know, accept him a little bit, and then he go play the big game. He's like, boom, the dude. Real. And like Jimmy probably would have woke him up, you know. Wake your ass up. Or sales is like, nah, it ain't here. I say he blaming him, but the other guys didn't wake T.O. up. See, that's what he's looking at. He's looking at the team, man. T.O., wake your ass up, man. Hey, wake up. Nobody woke him up. Nobody touched him. So he looked at the pecking order of this team as like, these people are scared of this nigga. They're not scared of me. They're scared of him. That's the mindset that you don't know about football. They don't teach you this shit. The psychology of football. I know the psychology of football. I played it. I was around coaches that played that kind of shit. Played in middle school, played a little bit in high school. So I was around coaches that didn't play. Asshole motherfucking coaches. That's all. I don't know coaches I like assholes. I like coaches that tell me, Butler, get over there, Butler. Run, goddammit, run. I remember when I was a kid, man, I was a young kid. I know it's going to be figured out the fair, but it's true. I was out there. All right. He said, Butler wants your damn 40, Butler. It was Colt Cobus. Colt Cobus and goddamn, he told me, I don't want your 40 right now. So I got on that goddamn line and I ran. Go, Butler, go. Goddamn it, go. Goddamn Butler. Goddamn Butler, go. Whew. I ran a 5 flat, nigga. Yeah, you ain't supposed to run a 5 flat. I was offensive lineman, nigga, running a 5 flat, nigga. Fucking 10 at fucking 11 years old. Now, I didn't resonate, and motherfucker Colt Cobus and look, ran a 5 flat, Butler. That's good. Yeah, Butler. Need you here now. I'm seeing this program, Butler. Need you. Well, guess what? When I went home, next couple of days, we moved about that bitch. You know, so that was like, but I had a good accomplishment that day, and then we got to move. My football career was over that day. I knew football ain't for me. I was through with it. Now, because that ain't supposed to happen like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to do that, go home, boom, I'm going to go do the off-season conditioning program in 1989, to be exact. 89, I don't even think about the Cowboys. I was playing football myself, so I wasn't even thinking about them. 89, play me some football, you know what I'm saying? And chill out, man, and just play football for fun. I wasn't thinking about no NFL, just on my fucking mind. I'm thinking about having fun, having camaraderie with the players, getting stronger, man, getting quicker, getting faster, and go out there and play defensive end and go hit quarterbacks. Yeah, 89. That was my mindset, to go hit quarterback. Who I was motivated by was watching Lawrence Taylor. To be honest, I saw that nigga. Okay, so I went and I played football, right? And I didn't ask for a position. I just told him, I let the coach tell me what position to play. I ain't gonna ask for shit. He said, "Yeah, Butler, I want you to play left tackle and defensive line and right defensive line." So I played that shit. I played that shit. They didn't pass that much, but I held contained. So I'm on the left side. Everybody runs to the right side. So I don't really get into play. You got to be the left. You got to be the left defensive line, right, to get the play. So, but on the blind side, so I'm coming around the corner, hitting quarterbacks. Running shit down on the backside, running shit down. Dumbass nigga, let shit get by, stay in my lane, run shit down. That's all I did. We wasn't passing yet, but I was getting developed for that. So by the time I got to high school, shit, I would have been playing that left side. I'd have been the what? Playing the right side, I'd be getting what? I'm the blind side of the quarterback. I would be hitting niggas every goddamn week, nigga. I mean, the left side. I've been hitting motherfuckers every week. I've been tearing quarterback ass up because I was able to run quick. So that's all I could do. I could run. That's all I could do. Shit, I can get out there and just run. Shit. I was a little quick motherfucker. That's it. I wasn't no goddamn star. I was just quick. That was it. I was undeveloped. I didn't play pee-wee football, none of that shit. I only played. Grandma said, I ain't paying for you to play for no football. You pay when it's free. When it's free. Middle school. I ain't paying for that shit. It's free in high school. It's free in middle school, boy. They give him ragged ass pad, ragged ass helmet, ragged ass cleats. Play. I buy you some shoes. That's it. Shoes and go. Hey, I got some cheap shoes, $15 cleats. I might want to spend no money on this shit. Fuck that shit. She was actually smart though, because I ain't supposed to be playing that shit no way. She get brain damage at a young age, so she like play it when it's free. All you gotta do is go out there and try. But long story short, yeah, man. So it is what it is. So, I know what real coaching is. We won out a little division. We won our district. Played there 2 years. Played there in 7th grade year, one district. 6th grade, we had 6th grade team and 7th grade team. We won district both years. We only played 10 games, so we went 8-2 both years. We ain't go undefeated, we went 8-2. And boy, 110 win sprints, that's what we did. That's what we did at Alvarado, Texas. We lose, we had to do 1,610 win sprint, nigga. Nigga, we had to do them fucking suicide. We had to do 100 suicides. Nigga, on Monday. He tore our goddamn man up, nigga. We throwing it up, nigga. I ain't throw up. I did not eat nothing that day. I ain't put no food in my body. I ain't eat shit. Ain't nothing to eat. I ain't eat shit, dog. I drank that water and shit, but I ain't eat nothing. I knew better to eat. I knew that. I know eat. Hey, boy, you go eat? Nah, I gotta go to school, but man, I ain't nothing to eat. I ain't hungry. So when you talking about the 110 win sprints and all that shit, I ain't doing high school, but I remember that shit. I experienced it. And we went out that motherfucker the next week. We destroyed the team, nigga. We beat the team down, nigga. We did not play an operator, nigga. And by that, I know I moved. In my year, 1995, my class won the goddamn state championship. I was looking at that shit. I was looking at this shit like I would have been in that. I'd have been the deep end on that old. And I was around some motherfuckers that was some good. I was around some good people too at the time. I was around some good folks. And my grandmama told me that when I got grown, she said she told me that she remembered that. She didn't tell me till like 99. She said, yeah, I remember. I remember I opened up the paper that day. I didn't tell you that day. But I remember when I opened up the paper and I saw Alvarado Indians. Grandma said she cried. She said she knew she misplayed her hand. I had to bring it home to me now. She misplayed her hand. Because you know what happened? We didn't have to move out of Alvarado. She was trying to do the same thing she was doing down there. But she listened to some dumb nigga talk. And then she ended up making a phone call down there when she like a couple of years later, like in 91. She came up to Dallas, up to Fort Worth, and started keeping kids. She did some investigation down there in Johnson County, and Johnson County told them. They called her up. They said, "We know you was in the files, and we heard about you up there in Fort Worth." I said, "We were sad that you left us. We had many kids for you to keep. Grandmama would have had a fucking farm." She said she would have probably got there and went and got that farm back, and I would have been down there. I would never go into the no football league. I never wanted to be that. I just wanted to graduate from that school I went to as a kid because I saw my brother graduate from that motherfucker, and I wanted to graduate from that bitch. And I knew if I had to graduate from that bitch, I wouldn't be in this truck today. I fuck around would be still doing these YouTubes, and I mess around and have over fucking 100 million followers. I ain't gonna say that. I would have a 2 million. I'll have a 2 million follower, 2 million subscriber show, because I would have the accolades that I'm finna go get anyway. Well, you're gonna listen to me. I know I'm driving this, and I see a lot of truck drivers. They struggle to have good channels. They don't have good channels. They don't. I don't respect us, and I know that. But I know I got intellect, know how to talk this football better than any one of these hoe ass niggas that ever talked it. I done chopped it up with NFL guys, nigga. And I told them this fucking game. I tell them what it was. I told them what it is. And they tell me, nigga, I know this. I know football. But one thing I knew, because I'm gonna tell you what I would have done though. I would have been playing high school in Alvarado, and I went to college. I would have learned how to coach. That's what I would be. That's what I would have been. I would have been a coach. I wanted to be the guy to tell the guy how to do it. I don't give a fuck about it. But I got to be able to done it. So all I had to do was be good enough to get to the level, get to college, get a degree. Now got me a business degree, got me the real degree to go get some money. I would learn how to do some hustles and shit like that. I wouldn't have went to go study. No, I'm gonna go get me a degree. When I found that I would have had me a major in business, master business administration, MBA, and I would have had a minor in psychology. When I found that Jimmy had that shit, that's what I would have did. So when I learned about that in '90, I said shit. I was sitting there, that's what I said. Okay, I'm gonna learn how to goddamn me. That's who I wanted to be, boy. I didn't know about Jimmy like that. But it all came together in that time. If I stayed in that little town, I would have grew up in the 90s, and I would have been playing football and watching Jimmy and shit coach. Nigga, that's who I would have been trying to goddamn learn. That's what who I would want to goddamn be. My goal would have been, and I remember in like 90, like 91, I'm like, that's what I want to do. I want to be Jimmy Johnson. That's who I wanted to goddamn be. I wanted to be Landry/Jimmy, man. But I knew that wasn't in my cards because I wasn't in the place where that was gonna cultivate me to be that. And that little town was the place to cultivate me to be that because I would be around them coaches almost every single day. And I knew that. My grandmama didn't know it. I didn't know how to articulate that. And then I got snuck on, so on moving. So, that dream was gone that day. I was mad. I was mad about what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a coach, and I was in the perfect place to be one. I knew going there that wasn't gonna happen. But down there, all I had to do was just play hard. I had speed, so all I had to do, I was going to cultivate that shit down there in '89. Turn that shit to where I was gonna be quick. And I was gonna be lifting weights, and I was gonna be strong. And I was gonna be quick and fast, just to be able to do what? Make plays on the field, be able to be a starter, be a letterman. Might have been lucky enough, have been good enough. Proud to play opposite side of Tony Brackers at the University of Texas, because guess what? My homeboy named Dusty Renfro was the starting linebacker for the University of Texas. I think I would have been that good, because guess who I've been training with? I'd have been training with that motherfucker. I know who to train with, nigga. I already was scouting out when I was a kid. Who's the truth? That motherfucker there. I said, yeah, that's who I'm finna train with. So when I Came home that day. We had to have, we can come back in July 1st. We were allowed to come back to the goddamn field house July 1st. I'm thinking, man, school over. It was May 29th, Friday. You know, boom, we coming home and walk home from school. Like, yeah, man, July 1st, July 1st, yeah, July 1st, 89, yeah, July 1st, yeah. I'm just happy, man. And I walk up this hill. And I walk up this hill, man, I'm walking. And I'm looking up. So I'm like this, yeah. And I'm walking up this hill and I'm, yeah. My dreams just crashed down. Because we moved before, and I'm thinking, no, we moving back, we gonna stay. And I look and I see, we still moving. I did get in a little trouble and shit. Beat up this little white boy. I was acting a little bad, but I said, man, that was like in the winter, in the summer, in the winter of 88. So I said, man, you know, so September 88, I was still acting bad a little bit. But after that goddamn, I played football, I was good. After football, I got in a little bit of trouble. That was over. But when that goddamn me, and I went to that goddamn motherfucker, that motherfucker told me, man, I'm going to jail. I ain't going to fucking jail. I was straight up flying right, boy. And I was like, man, I'm good. I'm like, she didn't tell me. She didn't tell me they were moving. You know what she told me why she didn't tell me? Because she knew what I was going to do. Because I was going to go right to that goddamn school, boy. She said, man, my grandma finna move. I was going to tell them goddamn people down there, man, my grandma finna move. I'm going to stay here. I need this place. I need this motherfucker. I need that place. I need that shit. I knew I wasn't finna do right. I knew going up them 15 miles, I knew I wasn't going to do right. I already knew me. I wasn't finna comply with this shit up there. I was cultivated down there too much, man. I knew them people. The people had the best interest in me. I didn't want to have to go. I didn't want to have to go prove myself no more. I already proved myself down there. I'm ready to get the fuck on and go on with my. I'm getting into the part of my life. I'm getting ready to get the fuck out. I'm getting ready to goddamn me fly. I'm getting ready to get the fuck on. I'm getting ready to goddamn take this shit seriously. And then I really ready to take my goddamn shit seriously and really get on a goddamn routine for the next 5 years. See, I already knew when I could play. I knew playing time was finna be over. I knew by the time I get to high school, it's time to get to work. It's time to goddamn be the best motherfucker you can be. But I already knew it wasn't gonna happen. Because I already experienced the bullshit in 88. I already experienced the bullshit in the goddamn summer and fall of 88. I didn't fit in with the motherfuckers. I didn't want to fit in with the motherfuckers. I ain't like nobody. That's why I used to fight. People know I didn't like them. So I used to fight every goddamn day. I didn't like you, man. I wasn't trying to be your friend. I ain't want nothing to do with you bitch ass niggas. I didn't like you. I knew what I needed to be. I knew where I wanted to be. I just wanted to goddamn. I didn't care after 95. Nigga, I had me a plan. You know, I had me a plan. I ain't worried about nothing. I was hanging around them, but the smart kids, so I didn't have to worry about not getting A's. I didn't have to worry about none of that shit. They do the work for me. They gonna help me. I had everything set up. I had tutors. I had everything free set up. I had everything set up. Because I knew how to cultivate friendship at the time. I was a more friendly guy back then. I was cool. I still, you know, I had a harder little, but you glad, boy. You think I'll be sounding like a country nigga for real. I'm still country now, but I had a hard country draw back then. That shit was real goddamn country. So I'd be like, fuck you, you know, like that shit. I'd be like, you know, you got a lot of voice when you're kids, so I'd be like, nigga, fuck you. But it'd be in a country draw like, fuck you, motherfucker, you son of a bitch, you ain't shit. You know, motherfucker, fuck you. You know, I talk like a little pimp, man, you know. Yeah, I talk like a little pimp, man. Talk like a soft-ass pimp. Talk cars and talking shit. You know, hell. Fighting every goddamn day, nigga, whooping ass, taking names. Nigga had take an L too. I ain't undefeated. But nigga, when you was drawing the hood, I'm squabbling them. I'm getting in there square. I never was scared, nigga, to fight. And man, have fun. We did shit the right way down there, nigga. We ain't trying to go. We ain't for getting suspended. We not for goddamn me whooping niggas hoping to want to go to talk to. We ain't talking to teachers, nigga. We mobbing. After school fight leagues, all kind of shit. Nigga, we had after school fight leagues, nigga. We did fight in the school. We knew when to do it. You know, we go in the bathroom and box. Nigga, go in the locker room and box. Nigga, we gonna fight. We gonna fight. Let's go on and throw these hands. Let's see what we got out here, bitch. We didn't play them sucker motherfucking things back in the day. But that was 89, so we talking about the guy that misplayed their hand. And Leon the Beat misplayed her hand as well. But back to the game that we never left as we close on this show. The bottom line to the Dallas Cowboys situation, man, of Jerry misplaying his bitch ass hand is he did it on site. He's doing it now. It don't really matter now. It don't matter. You know why it don't matter? Because the players that come here, they're not going to win. That's why Jerry hesitated to pay class, because he knew he's not going to win. Jerry is going to do it how he do it. He came in sight doing it a collective way. He did it his way, you know, who he wanted to bring in, how he wanted to do it, how he cultivated what he cultivated. Then he fucked up in 92. Well, in 93 to be exact. He fucked up in 93, which severed that relationship between Jimmy and Jerry, and he needed Jimmy because Jimmy was his Linus. Jimmy was his security blanket. Now, you wasn't going to have Jimmy for 30 years. That wasn't going to happen. But you should have had Jimmy for 89 and 99. And your legacy would have been set. And then you would have went through the 2000s of your little low. Then you would have hired a Parcells. You would have knew to still let him do the shit. So that could have been successful. Parcells probably would have coached from 2003 to 2009. See the missteps that Jerry made? How he cut a lot of the good coaches off. He just take care of the business with Jimmy. Probably got Jimmy for to 99. Probably had Randy Moss. Got Randy Moss. You don't need no T.O. So T.O.'s never in the building. Parcells come in the building. All goddamn Randy Moss got to do is do what he do. Now you probably got little old motherfucking. Now you got to go. Now you can have a fucking Keyshawn Johnson opposite of a Randy Moss, because Randy Moss do the fly guy shit and goddamn me, Keyshawn do the hardcore shit. Now you got a different squad. It's a scenario, but those teams would have won. This team would have been set up to win. Now it's a different look at the Cowboy dynasty under the Jimmy era. Then you would have had another dynasty under the Parcells era, and boom. Then you could have came back after the Parcells era. I don't know who you are, but it is what it is. You probably don't get Sean Payton. Don't really matter. But at the end of the day, your missteps on how you conducted business is the reason why this team is where it is today. Why they ain't done anything in 30 years. Because you misplayed your hand in 93. You misplayed your hand in a meeting in 94, in an owner's meeting in 94. You misplayed your hand in 1995. You misplayed your hand in 1998. You misplayed your hand in 2000. You misplayed your hand in 2004. You misplayed your hand in 2006. You misplayed your hand in 2007. You misplayed your hand in 2009, in 2010. You misplayed your hand in 2013 and 2014. You misplayed your hand again in 2016. How he misplayed his hand? He should have let a Romo come back in 2016. You found that you had a quarterback, you could have benched motherfucking Dak. That would have kept the fucking money down on Dak. Romo play that season out. Let Romo come back that fucking 17 season Then you let Romo go. Then you go into the goddamn era of who? Dak. Guess what Dak would have learned? He would have been itching to play. He would have had to learn on the Tony Romo, and he would have learned the back shoulder fade. That's what Dak don't have in his arsenal. That's why he ain't that good. He don't have the back shoulder fade like that. He'll throw it every now and then, but he can't throw it like Romo did. So misplayed your hand again. "2018, man, you get rid of Dez. Dez is willing to take a pay cut and stay there. You cut him. Just play your hand again. Just drafted you another receiver. That was good. You know. Kept Dez in the building. You misplayed your hand again. Then you had to come back the next year and go trade for a nigga. You still had Dez. You could have kept Dez on the roster. You traded for a nigga you didn't have to trade for. Misplayed your hand again. 2020 comes. I don't know who to hire. You hire, you know what I'm saying? I don't know who you could have hired at the time. You hired, well, you already had Kellen Moore calling plays. You should have let McCarthy call him. When he called him, it was too late. It was already, he wasn't able to be the guy. You might well made Kellen Moore the head coach. I don't think he's going to be a good one anyway, ain't my point, but just played your hand again. Then you come back after 23. You had that embarrassing day. Bill Belichick is on the street. And you bring that bitch ass McCarthy back. Misplayed your head again for what? The man should have been fired. You hired him for 2 reasons. Well, I can't beat. Still can't beat Green Bay. You need a mindset in this place. And all you need was a mindset change. You needed a motherfucker to walk in that building and demand respect. You could have got Bill Belichick. And while you got Bill Belichick, it was almost like the Lakers when they got LeBron. Bill Belichick could have broke the goddamn all-time NFL coaching winning record over Don Shula and a Cowboys star coach. You don't go get this motherfucker. And that's the problem with Jerry. He never wants to have the Jimmy Johnson relationship again because he knows it's not going to end well. He tried to have it with Parcells, it didn't end well. You know why it didn't end well? Because you misplayed your hand. Except sitting back, letting these guys sitting back and doing your job as a general manager. And that coach wants that player, make sure that player sign. Don't play with players. Don't bring in players that the coach don't want to fucking that know that he don't want. We understand that Parcells, we understand that Terrell Owens is a talented player. We didn't win a Super Bowl with the nigga. You lost a coach that was probably ready to get this team to the next level, that knew how to navigate this team to the playoff. Probably would have had a better position, probably get in that game and don't have a situation with Romo fucking it up. You misplay your hand all the time. And what I showed people early, he did it when he first bought the team. Buy the team ain't the misplay. That's smart. But the way he conducted himself with that goddamn Tom Landry was pissed a lot of Cowboy fans off. Did piss me off. I didn't give a damn. When he won Super Bowls, I wasn't alive and I didn't know, and I was 2 years old. I don't know nothing about that. But at the same time, I knew the way he did it wasn't right. But it had to be done because you made the right decision at the end of the day when you brought in Mr. Jimmy Johnson. You can't say that. And Jerry, you get credit for doing it. But you didn't need any more credit after that. When you got your credit when he retired from you. Then he would have went in the Ring of Honor in 2002. Not fucking 23. if you did it right. He should have been in the Ring of Honor in 2002, regardless, after he got through with them. Let me tell you why he waited so long to put Jimmy in the Ring of Honor. Just to give you an FYI. When that situation happened in 94, Jerry did not want Jimmy to leave. No. That he said he fired him. That didn't happen. That did not happen. Everybody watched that fucking press conference. That was a part of the way. There wasn't no fire. Jimmy has told that story plenty of times how that went down. He said that they had a meeting the night before. And goddamn Jerry said, man, I very much apologize for everything he did, whatever, damage was done. But the damage was started with the Emmitt Smith situation. That's when it started. People know that's when the apex started. So after that started, it pissed Jerry, it pissed him off. So he went to the owners' meeting. And he was trying to detox from Jerry for a while. He didn't want to deal with him right now. So he's sitting at the play, he's sitting at dinner, he got all his coaches in there, his Miami guys, and his Miami guys, ex-assistant coaches with NFL like Dave Wanstead, them type of guys, his coaching the Bears and all that shit, right? So he got all them guys, right? And he got North Turner, all them guys. So they're sitting there talking and chopping it up, they sipping on it, drinking, getting fucked up, getting drunk like coaches do. And then Jerry come over there, hey, and Jimmy said, no, man, not today, not tonight, Jerry, not tonight. He didn't want to be bothered with it. He was trying to talk, he's pissed, he's still hot. Jimmy is a grudge holder. He holds grudges. He do. You do something to fuck what he got going on up, he's going to hold it. Now, it was going to wear off. It was going to wear off draft day. That one was going to wear off. He was going to be ready to go back to work. He was trying to detox. He was mad. And then he go into Jerry mad. He kind of embarrassed Jerry. Jerry pissed. Don't talk to your boss that way. In his mindset. He go off, man, and goddamn it, he go sit up there and drink it up. And he pissed off too. And goddamn it, he told somebody, yeah, man, goddamn it. 100 coach. There's 100 coaches that can coach these Cowboys. No. Ain't no 100 coaches can coach these Cowboys, nigga. There's only one coach coach these Cowboys, motherfucker. That's the motherfucker who picked this fucking talent over here with you, nigga. He was the one that was telling you, I want this nigga. He was the one I tell you, I want this Emmitt. I want this fucking Russell. I want this fucking Darren Woodson. I want this fucking Larry Brown. I want this fucking Pup. I want this fucking goddamn Tony Casillas. I want this goddamn nigga here. I want this goddamn Robert Jones. I want this goddamn Business Smith. This Darryl John. This Darren Smith. This Kevin Smith. So Jerry was like, what? I know we got into it now, but we're not finna do this shit. You're not finna disrespect me now. I just didn't want to be bothered with you that night, bro. I'm trying to chill. We got to work together, brother. I'm cocking it up with some guys I probably ain't gonna see until next year this time. When I see him during the week. When I see him during the week, I'm in football mode. I'm on chill mode right now. I'm not giving a fuck about it. I'm just getting the books and getting ready to read them and know what the 93 rules gonna be, what the 94 rules of gonna be, and all this old shit. I know what the hell I got going on. I don't want to deal with you. You gonna go in the back and go tell some goddamn stupid motherfucking media motherfuckers that goddamn it only 100 motherfuckers coach a team that I picked? Nigga, I want to make this team profitable, motherfucker. I don't want to got these goddamn, yeah, you pay them, but I don't want to told you to get these bad motherfucking niggas and these hard ass crackers I got. You understand me? And a goddamn Hawaiian and a motherfucking me and a Mexican that come on this motherfucker kick some ass. Disrespect me like that. I'm Jimmy goddamn Johnson, motherfucker. You ain't do me no damn favor. Because he already knew the history. So when you know the history, when you come in the door, the owner done fucked up with the whole city and the whole nation, Cowboy Nation. Jimmy Johnson the one that cleaned up this fucking shit. He the one that had to go out there and show motherfuckers he knew what the fuck he was doing. He the one that had to go out there and show everybody he could fucking coach. He the one out here and set this mindset for this organization to be great. Jerry, all you did, pick me, motherfuckers. I had to go out here and do this work. Yeah, you got on the phone and got some deals done. Yeah, you got on the phone, got some deals done. You helped me out, man. You did your job, but I never disrespect you. Even though I did say in the interview, I'm not gonna put him on the level of what I do. I'm a coach. He's not on my level with this coaching shit. He's not on my level seeing talent, man. He's not. Like he's not on the level of Jerry being a fucking old man. You misplayed your hand with Landry, then you're gonna turn around and misplay your hand with the guy you picked, with your homeboy. You gonna go out there in the world and tell you there's 100 other motherfuckers that can coach this football team and win, and he's the orchestrator of this football team. So that made it that right there made him say, man. You already pissed me off what you did with that image shit, bitch. You fucking with this game, you fucking with this 100, you fucking with this 100 by 10 by 55. Now you gonna fuck with me personally, nigga? So that's why you did what you did? That's why you didn't bring him in to see if I'm a coach? So you tested me, motherfucker? That's the mindset Jimmy had, nigga. He ain't telling you this, he ain't gonna tell you that. How I know? You know how I know? I know how to read between the lines, nigga. Jimmy was not happy none of that. Yeah, I remember them press conferences. That nigga wasn't not happy no 93. Jimmy was aggravated every week in them press conferences. Nigga was not happy, man. 92, it was cool. He had like a couple of blow-ups. He had 2 blow-ups. Man was blowing up every week, man. That motherfucker blowing up every week, man. It was just like, when they win, like, yeah, we won. We did all right, yeah. Boom. Man, when Jimmy win, they won a big game. Yeah, we won, yeah. And when they lose, he really blow up. Bullshit, motherfuckers, you motherfuckers ain't shit. He was just belligerent the whole goddamn year. Jimmy was not happy none that year. One that Super Bowl, he was smiling. He wasn't happy, bro. Then you gonna go over there and do that shit? So this is what happened. Jerry apologized to him for the fuck shit. Said, I was drunk, I was fucked up, man. I'm sorry about this shit, man. Whoa. I think Jimmy said, man, don't do that. Don't ever do no shit like that, man. Probably told him, man, all the shit you done this year, other shit he done the same goddamn year in that 93. He bringing Arabian princess in there on his ass when he addressed the team, the damn princess in there before. Jerry was doing fuck shit that whole 93 year, bro. That y'all don't know nothing about, man. He was fucking with Jimmy, man. Fucking with him. Jimmy said he don't give a fuck about these guys coming in here, man. Let me keep them out. Let me address the team. Let me get the goddamn, me talk to my team. Let me do my thing. Then they come in. He addressed the team. It's a fucking Arabian prince over there. I understand it's your team, Jerry, but goddamn, let Jimmy do his job. Let Jimmy do what he do. That's what y'all agreed to, nigga, when you came up. You told him, I don't care what you do. I don't care about your talking. I don't care what you say to the media. I don't give a damn what you say. Don't say shit crazy. Jerry, fuck that. He misstepped on sight, man, when he bought this team, man. Niggas ain't calling this shit out. And these niggas is running around here, yeah. So the Cowboy fan base was never on Jerry's team like that. Never. We accept him, and then when we start winning, we're like, okay, we ain't worrying about it. We were cool. We wasn't worrying about it. We didn't hate Jerry. We were like, And then after that shit, I was pissed off, man. And then in 1994, man, I was in Chicago, Illinois, nigga. I'm sitting over there, goddamn me, with my auntie, Marilyn, and my cousins, man, you know what I'm saying, Lavelle, Dale, and Scooter. Man, I'm sitting in that motherfucker, man, my hey, man, what's going on in Dallas, man? Look like Jimmy Phillips, man. Jimmy ain't going no goddamn way. We would have 3-peat this bitch. I wasn't paying the media no mind. The media full of shit. Then I turned on the TV, man, Ed Ward on the phone. Ed Ward. Jimmy Johnson is no longer. Yeah. But as I close this shit down, so and like I said before, in '94, I know Jimmy left, and I want to know why. I found out, you know what I'm saying, probably a year later, '95. Found out the reason why he left. I found out that now it actually was Jerry. It was actually Jerry, but he agreed that he told Jerry, "I'm gonna sleep on it, and I'll come back in the morning with my decision." So Jerry was fucked. Jerry was fucked on that deal. Jerry was actually fucked on that deal there. Because you need that guy to be like, yeah, let's go. Jimmy said he woke up that morning. He got up that morning, had home intentions to go back to Valley Ranch and say, Jerry, let's go 3P. Let's go 3P. They walked outside. He walked outside to get the paper. He opened up the paper and had a picture. They on the Dallas Morning News. Jerry making Jimmy being the puppeteer, Jerry being the puppeteer Jimmy. And that's when Jerry said it's over. That's when Jimmy said it's over. The media has failed for the bullshit. The media has failed for the bullshit. I can't never use the media again to motivate this football team. Said my time is over here. And he went in there that day and he told the world, I can no longer be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Then he left and he went to Fox for 2 years. That's what Fox did, just the guy, and he went to Fox. And that's a misstep and a misplaying of a hand the whole way, man. Bringing Barry Switzer is what it is. You know, you're trying to keep it going. You really need no guy. It was April. You can't hire a great coach in April. Most likely, if Jimmy would have resigned after the Super Bowl, then North Turner probably would have been the next guy in play to be the head coach. But it was April, late March, April. Coaches is already hired. The only person you can bring in is Barry Switzer. Could you hire within? Yeah, you could have. Could have made Butch Davis the head coach. You just could have done that. Probably would have been smart to do. To say, okay, we're the next guy up. But you told everybody that you can win with Barry Switzer. That's what you even said in that meeting. That's what you said when you was drunk. I'll go get Barry Switzer and still win. You told everybody that. That was another insult to Jimmy. You know. So Jimmy Johnson, and that's the gamble that misplayed his hand for 30 years now. That man has misplayed his hand for over 30 years. And I know y'all care about this Michael. I don't give a fuck. Dallas ain't winning shit, bro. I don't give a fuck. He never paying. It don't matter now. You did it. You were playing with a nigga money when you was holding up trophies. You think I give a fuck about playing with a nigga? You ain't holding up nothing. See, if Jerry had done it the right way and paid fucking Emmett 30 years ago, like now, today, it would have been no problem. But you going back to doing the Emmitt Smith shit. Because you mad because you ain't winning. Well, no, you're not going to win. You're not going to win doing this. It's no way to win. You're not getting... You're trying to be the coach now. You're trying to motivate through the money. That ain't how you motivate. The money is the money. The money is the reward of what the player have done. It ain't it's not a motivator of what he gonna do. It's a motivator of what he done actually. So now he has a clear conscience. Now all you gotta do is concentrate on being a football player. It's a conscience clear. The money is supposed to clear his conscience, make him go be great and live up to what he's getting. Not to put his goddamn, you know. And yeah, you was easy to negotiate with Emmett and Irvin and all the people back in the day. It's easy to negotiate with them. It was really not that hard to negotiate with Emmett. It's just you was trying to fuck him. You're not even trying to fuck Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons just don't want to talk to you like everybody else done. And he mad. And I ain't really mad at him being mad, but you don't have the relationships like you had with them players because you misstepped to get those relationships. If you do things the right way, those relationships could be something. See, you made a mistake, but they came back and won a Super Bowl, so they forgave you for it. You know, Aikman ain't never forgave you for that shit. Aikman ain't your fucking guts, bro. He just deal with Jimmy. Aikman hate that motherfucker with a passion. He hate Jimmy. He hate Jerry. Because he know was no way in the fuck supposed to happen. How in the fuck you gonna go out there and disrespect that man? So you really don't respect none of us. That's how Aikman look at it. You don't give a fuck about none of us, dog. You ain't thinking about us. You was thinking about yourself, Jerry. That's all you think about, man. You think because you pay a motherfucker. Aikman ain't you ain't buying none of them. You ain't Emmett and Irvin and them guys, they're forgiving. You know what I mean? You know, they know they left shit on the field. But they living good lives. Aikman is like, nah, man. I'm not revered like I should be. If I got 2 more rings, I got 5 rings. I'm standing over niggas. I'm standing over the quarterbacks. Because I know I didn't have the numbers. I had to sacrifice and then for this shit. And you're going to turn around and goddamn do this shit to me? Into this team, into this organization where we're not revered as what we need to be? Nah. Aikman wasn't trying to hear that shit. But I'll tell y'all that, man, down the road. I just wanted to come here. I was in here a long time, but I just want to come in here and let y'all know what was up. I just want to let everybody know what's real. This is going to get cut up. I got a gang of information for you niggas. But what I do like, man, Jerry Jones, you misplayed your hand for a long time, man. Yeah, you the gambler, but boy, you be misplaying your hand, man. You be reneging, you be doing all kind of shit on the card game, dog. You fucking up at the Tonk, you fucking up on poker, you fucking up on 21, nigga. You know you can't read the cards, man. Jerry, you terrible, man. You was gave a gift, man. You was blessed to know a guy, one of the smartest human beings, one of the best motivators of talent in history, where you denied that man being the greatest coach ever. That's what you did to Jimmy. That's why he's not revered as he should be. He's revered in the Dallas lore. But you robbed him of the Phil Jackson mindset, the Belichick, you know. That's why you got bitch ass motherfucker talking about Jimmy overrated and all this old sucker shit. Nah. Absolutely fucking not, y'all. That's why it took him a long time to get into the ring and get into the Hall of Fame, man. It took him 20 years to get into that, though. But people had to realize, man, all he needed was two. All he needed to win was one more chip, and he would have been in the Hall of Fame like that. Yeah, the Miami shit did hurt him a little bit, but he won as soon as he got there. He made playoffs every year. He just couldn't get that. He just couldn't get the trade he needed to get the picks. He couldn't double up, so he can double up on the draft. Have two number ones or have two twos. He go get two impact players. But that's what Jimmy draft number, impact players. Then when you get in the first round, get two impacts. Two first round grade motherfuckers, you can double up. Because what he wanted to do in Miami, just to end it with him, what he did in Dallas. He wanted to do the Herschel Walker trade. He was going to do that with motherfucking Dan Marino because he knew it was teams that were desperate for a quarterback. I thought there was a quarterback away. And he got the right pick at the right team. 98 could have been Edgerrin James or Ricky Williams. Who know? We don't know. But he never could get the pick he needed. He couldn't stack up the picks he wanted in Miami because Wayne Huizenga wouldn't do it. And he realized that he knew that day, like, even the bad shit with Jerry, but one thing we could do, we could cut, we go get some talent. Jerry didn't care about getting talent. But Jerry wanted to play paying the talent when it's time to pay. He wanted to negotiate too strong. It ain't about strong negotiations. NFL's negotiations are actually set. It's easy. So you're not, it's set. It's there. You pay the guy more than the other guy. You know, it's there. When it's time to pay. You could have gave him an extension a year ago, you know. You knew he was a good player. What you waiting on? Jerry, I don't know why Jerry want to wait on the players. You don't have to wait. All you got to know, the guy can play. Can he play? Is he great? Is he going to continue to be great? Yeah, he's going to continue to be. You should be able to see that in a player like that. Then you ought to be able to see when a player, then you know a player that a bid player. So yeah, you went over there and you paid Marion Barber. You gave him the $33 million deal. What? $12 million guaranteed or whatever. And then no, he wasn't that down a guy. He is what somebody told you he was. A closer, Mariano Rivera. Then you get him, and then you realize that's what he is. That's why he ran out of gas when you put his ass in that playoff game in 07. If you said, okay, we keep this game close in the first half, we go up 14-7, you let Marion Barber do that in the second half, you blow the Giants out. You said as coaching, and it was. They misplayed their hand. And it also comes down to coaching when you do that. They start misplaying hands. Because now they hands prick on talent that they need because you're not going and getting guys. You're letting guys come in late and they're getting hurt. You're not goddamn me drafting depth like Jimmy did. Jimmy knew how to draft depth. He knew how to go get depth. So he drafted guys that can come in and they might can't play 60. But they come here and play 25. And I ain't missing a step off this 25 snaps these niggas gonna get. Now the other players only got to play 45 snaps or 35 snaps. Now I got a good competitive unit. So these are the things that you misstep. Is why you never had no depth on the roster. You're always top heavy because you overpaying players. You play Dak 40 when you don't have to pay Dak 20. You paying them 60 when you don't do nothing, pay them 30. You knew you were gonna resign the motherfucker, so why are you playing games? And then if you would have kept Romo on the roster, you would have been able to easily get him to a $20 million deal. Cutting Romo was dumb. But you still had to pay the nigga. You kept telling damn you could. These are the misplays that you've done. Why you overpay players? Why you give niggas money they don't need? Like you could turn around and gave Miles Austin that money for nothing. When you could just sign them on the goddamn, you had them on the goddamn restricted free agent where you had to pay him for $2 million. Just pay him $2 million, let him play 1 more year. That's the guys you test out. When the guys that been on your roster that ain't done shit, then they come and have a big year. Then you have the restricted free agency deal, and you can hit them when they had that at the time. They ain't got that no more. And you can hit them with that game, and damn, boom, you kicking it now. You play 1 more year, prove me deal. Then you pay him the goddamn $33 million deal that you gave that nigga. These are the missteps. Jerry do shit awkward and shit. The nigga you're supposed to pay, you play. The nigga you're supposed to play, you pay. You know who you goddamn play games with? You play games with the big player. You the one that make him on, but the Michaels and the goddamn CD Lambs, you know these niggas are tough. You don't, Dak, you pay these niggas early. You get these niggas out the way. This is what I mean by misplaying your hand. And you're misplaying your hand to yourself. You can get all this money down. You call up goddamn nigga, hey, well, Mr. Henry, hey, what's that? Yeah, we give you 10. Come on. You can overpay the guy that you want. You can overpay the free agents you want to bring in. That's who you overpay. You don't got to overpay the motherfucking niggas you draft. You overpay for the free agent to get him and entice him to come here. You give them an extra $2 million a year. That's who you play with. That's who you overpay. That's who you got to pay a little bit more to. You ain't got to pay Marcus. Well, you just pay him when he's supposed to pay him. Then and when it's time, when it's time to goddamn you getting that Antoine Winfield, you gonna get that 5. How much you want? I'm gonna give you extra 2 a year. Fuck him. Make sure you come here. That's what you do. When you got a goddamn nigga like the Ramadan Sue out there and you know you got the money, and you look at the roster and say, okay, I do got Rob Marinelli. I know what he needs. I know he needs a 3 technique. I'm gonna go get him. I'm not gonna play game. I'm gonna figure it out and I'm gonna go get him. I'm not gonna sit up here, man, and not go get him. I'm not gonna not have a guy, man, that can play this goddamn 3 technique and get to the pass all day, every day, stop the run and blow up the line of scrimmage, and I'm gonna sit around. That's what I mean by misplaying your hand. Not playing the cards that are dealt. You're the Cowboys, man. You go always have a good hand. And all you got to do is just go out there and pick players. Just pick a litter out there for them. All you got to do is just goddamn manage your shit together and quit running a catastrophic situation. Be organized. There's organized chaos in Dallas. That's the problem with this football team, y'all. And you think I'm gonna run around running this shit? No, I don't want to debate about the Cowboys, bro. I'm not interested in debating. I come on here and talk about it when I want to talk about. I don't want to debate about them. I don't want to talk to strangers about the Dallas Cowboys. I don't want to talk to you about them, man. I don't. I'm not a proud Cowboy fan right now. I'm not. And Jerry has took the pride from me away. I'm not stomping down like I used to be. And it just happened after 23. I was like, nah, man. No, I'm good. The Eagles had no. You're not even motivated to keep the Eagles out the way. And that's what Jimmy was about. He said, when we can dominate the Philadelphia Eagles, we ready. That's what Jimmy said in the 89. That's what Jimmy said in the 90s. And then when Jimmy said when they played at the goddamn Philadelphia Eagles in 92 and they beat the shit out of them in the regular season, that's when he knew. You know, Philadelphia Eagles at the time, they didn't give up a 100-yard rusher for almost like 50 games. You know, broke that 100-yard record? Dallas Cowboys offensive line, M. Smith. That's when he knew they was ready to go. And when he knew we were ready to go, we were ready to contend for a Super Bowl. That's when he knew they were ready. When they manhandled the Philadelphia Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles had the number one dog with the top 3 defense for like 4 years straight. Wasn't playing around. This is the shit nobody talking about. Cowboys didn't give a damn, man. They was out there to beat teams down, man. It was about beating teams' asses, man. It was about knocking niggas' heads off, man. They was about doing the right things. They was about it. Even though Jerry was doing his shit, you know. And see, the problem with Jerry is you can be catastrophic doing business deals, fucking with Nike, fucking with these motherfuckers, getting the damn Papa John's deal. You can do all that crazy shit with that shit, but he realized that don't make headlines. You getting the damn deal with the goddamn, you know. But the Cowboys are going to be in the media 365, Jerry, without the bullshit, bro. They're the Dallas Cowboys, nigga. You ain't got to do this stupid shit to stay in the headline, dog. Do everything, man. You know, if I ran into Jerry and I said, Jerry, let's do shit the right way, dog. Pay these motherfuckers when they're supposed to get paid. Take care of players that show they can really play. The motherfuckers that can't play, get him out of here. You think if you get him out of here, if you didn't believe in that, you get him out of here. Go get another motherfucker. If you don't believe in, don't pay people you don't believe in. You don't pay what you don't believe in. That's football. You don't pay because you ain't got no replacement. No, it don't work that way. You would get a replacement. You're going to have to replace this player anyway. You're going to have to replace Brady one day. Just don't replace him too soon. But God damn it, you got a player, man, you don't believe in Dak Prescott, then God damn it, you know when his money was cheap, you should have traded his ass. You know that's what you do when you don't believe in something. Don't pay people you don't believe in. That's my take on it, man. You don't believe in a guy, I don't give a fuck how great he is. You don't believe in him, get him out of here. You believe in Michael Parsons, so ain't nobody, you know you believe in him. So you going to pay him. Why play? Then you got to pay this nigga $45 million when you had to pay this nigga for 29. Are you nuts? Now he really playing hardball? Because what he going to force you to do is really overplaying. And if you really overpay this nigga, he ain't going to do shit. I hate to say it, man. This Michael Parsons is damaged right now. It's damaged goods. I don't know what to tell Jerry to do. You can't trade him. You can't. You can't trade him. You have to sign him. You did this to yourself, sir. Jerry done ran into a generation that don't know shit. See, the Romo generation, you had the Romo players and the Marcus Wares and them niggas, Dez Bryant and them niggas, you know, they kind of, the Cowboy aura when they was young was still out there. Michael Parsons was born in 1999, or whenever you were born, 99, 99. When he turned around and watched you, he was terrible, nigga. When he saw the Romo era. Wasn't a bad era, just didn't achieve anything. So you didn't see your greatness. It wasn't really talked about. There's Bronson, and they heard about the greatness of the Cowboys. Born in 88, and you get to 97, nigga, you 99. 97, he old enough to see. He still seen Emmett and Aikman and Irvin. He saw the goddamn 98 Cowboy 99. They was decent. He saw that shit. So he knew. He was 11, 12 years old, so he knew. Uncle Parsons is no shit, dog. So he don't give a fuck. You in the era right now, they don't give a fuck, Jerry. So now you in the era where you need a Jimmy Johnson type motherfucker. Now you need a Jimmy Johnson type mindset, dog. You need that son bitch back here now. I said the mindset. You ain't getting Jimmy back. You need that mindset. You need it for real. Because the glory days are gone. You was able to coach. You didn't capitalize off them glory days in the 2000s and in the teens. You didn't capitalize off the shit. You did not capitalize. You didn't go to a Super Bowl, win one. You know, you should have won Super Bowl in 08, 09, 10. You should have went them 07, 06, 07, 8, and 09, and 10. You supposed to win Super Bowl in them 5. Won Super Bowl in them 5 years. But you missed on about 2 players you should have picked up though. Antoine Winfield, Clay Matthews Jr., Max Unger, and I think I'm missing somebody. Yeah, those players. Steven Jackson, them 4 players. That was your 07 to 2010 window. You missed on them 4 players. It didn't matter about the coach because Wade Phillips is actually a good coach. He's not a bad coach. He has his team prepared. But at the same time, you know, you didn't finish the roster off. That's the mistake. You don't never finish the roster. It's always holes. Shouldn't even be no holes that they out there. But you fuck up the cap. You don't act like you don't want to have you don't want to be 30 million on the cap. Well, damn, it's easy to be 30 million on the cap. When you pay people early, that's how you stand on the cap. Because because in the next year or two, that nigga gonna be little money. But you don't want to have to pay all this big money. And then hoping the cap drop. No, you want to pay little money. So when the cap grows and the other niggas making this big money and little money, now you're able to go get the extra 2, 3, get the extra 4, 5 niggas. Get the extra 2 niggas a year that can make the team great. So you get this 2 niggas, you might get to the Super Bowl. You win. You come back next, you get 2 more niggas. Now you got a dynasty. Now you be able to run for the next. And then now you start to overlap. The players overlap. That's how you want to win. You got to overlap. So when players drop off, you add them on. You drafting. Now you're drafting lower, so you got to really hit on your lower picks. You got to know when to trade too. You got to know when to move. You got to know when you got to know what's out there. You got to know when to move. You got to know when to trade up. You got to know when to go get them off. You know. You might add Dak, and you mean with Dak, I ain't go get Lamar Jackson. He's better than that nigga. Go draft him in 2018. Dak didn't prove shit. Jackson knew shit in 2017. You was sitting in that goddamn draft nigga at 24. You didn't make the playoffs that year. Lamar Jackson could have been drafted. See how shit you could have done? You could have just said, fuck him. I don't believe in that nigga. Now you would have had him in. Just saying, you didn't really believe in Dak. Y'all just took him, but I didn't really believe in him. So if you don't believe in a guy, you don't have the confidence in the guy. Somebody got to talk to you that the guy is good. You can't talk me into no guy. I got to know the guy can play when I see him play. I got to know the guy that can goddamn play when I see him play. You can't talk me into nothing, man. I know what I know. Because I got to talk you in, I can definitely talk you out. But as we close this game show down, I've talked long enough. Definitely we'll come back later today. We're going to talk about some more. We're going to talk about, I'm going to watch that one again. And we're going to talk about that particular episode. Probably do /1 and 2. Talk about, I already talked about the Saturday Night Massacre. I'm going to talk about Acomania. I'm going to get into the Troy Aikman game. That'll be a little quicker. Won't be as long. But I definitely want to do a long live today. I just want to make a lot of reels. Hope they go viral. I need to do some thumbnails, make them go better. Man, I just want everybody, man, to have a blessed day. I just not in the right algorithm for this topic. I already know what's up. I don't know what algorithm they got me in. So sometimes they'll put you in the algorithm. But I talk Cowboys better than anybody on this platform. I know it's some Cowboy people y'all listen to. And I could never get in that algorithm. So I gave up on it. You can't put me in the proper algorithm. I got to move around. I don't know what algorithm I'm in. I'm in education. I know where I'm at. I got to change that. I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at. I'm an education channel. So I need to get over there. And that's why my algorithm ain't growing. I'm in entertainment. So, so that's my problem. But as we close, man, always remember, man, this is America's Game Show, man, where we put the America's game down. We pick up America's game to put it down for you, to give you the insight, information to what's really going on out here. We insight, dog. We're not overcast guys. We insight over here. That's what we own. I'm not here to goddamn talk what these whole ass niggas talking about. That ain't hitting on nothing. So I don't care about having nothing. I'm gonna be real. I have the zero. I don't care. I'm not giving you niggas the bullshit. You don't want insight. I'm giving you insight. That's what I do here. That's what we do at America's Game Show. We give insight to what's really going on. I'm not giving you the I'm not Bubba Dub. I'm not trying to be. He actually stole my shit. There's a lot of niggas that stole my shit. I was a nigga that was talking about trash long before he was. But what I do is I don't ride shit there. I just say what I say and move on. And I really probably don't stay committed to this shit because I do get frustrated with these zeros. I do get mad. I know I got some great content. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know that I'm entertaining. Nigga, I know I can goddamn swallow, spit, talk, spit the best of them. Nigga. That's why now people don't even want to debate me. They know they can't fuck with me when no debate. They can't. You ain't debate me with this shit. I tell a Cowboy fan ass up. No homo. I goddamn me pimp on him like a $2 hoe. I don't play game. Motherfuckers don't want to talk sports with me. Y'all can't fuck with me. I'm too smart for you niggas with this sports shit. Cause I don't look at it as a fair perspective. I look at it like I run the bitch. I look at it like it's a goddamn, That was actually my goal when I was a young nigga. I got that took from it though. And I wasn't gonna accomplish that up there where I was going. It just wasn't gonna happen. I knew that. There was no way to get in over there. So, I didn't know how to actually really play. I was learning how to play where I was at. So, over there you had to either get it or you weren't gonna get it. They wasn't gonna, find little attributes that you do have and capitalize off the little small things you got. You had to goddamn show out. But I was removed from that. But at the end of the day, man, I hope everybody have a great day. I hope everybody has a fantastic day, man. This is this game show, man. We stomping down.
Tommy, you're the best.
That's the game show.
In the heart of the land where the dreams unite, united we stand ready to claim our right. The streets echo loud with the beat of the fight. America's game, we're rise to the high. This is our time. The stage is set. The game belongs to the people. We won't be denied. With courage and strength, we take a stride. Together we fight, hand in hand, side by side. America's game, it's our turn to guide.
beautiful ladies. They gamed up me. They gamed up just.
From coast to coast, see the banners unfurled. Voices together, watch the power swirl. No longer silent, we're ready to roar. With passion and purpose, we're ready for more. To chase the sea. The game is on to repeat, but we won't be denied. With courage and strength, we take a stride. Together we fight, hand in hand, side by side. America's game is our turn to guide. Join the movement, feel the flow. America's game, time to grow, time to grow. This turns this way and you.
Yeah, America's Game Show was brought to you by the game that we love, the game that we know, and the game that we play. Always remember, it's always game day, and we always go show America's Game.